submit. That is the will of the corporation. We, the corporates, we're in charge. 2050 is our deadline. You've got no choice. We're going to take every bit of oil out the ground, profit and consume, and you will all burn.
Welcome to another Extinction Rebellion UK live stream. I'm your host on this day of Stop the Harm March. We're going through West London to demand that the government stops the harm by our immediate demand for this entire rebellion is to stop all new fossil fuel investment. It's something that could be easily done now. The government is spending huge amounts of money still on propping up the fossil fuel industry. In fact, more money is being spent by government and by investment banks on fossil fuel than before the Paris Agreement was signed. So that's our message today: stop the harm. And this is a live stream that's documenting an XR action, but also other movements are joining us today. HS2 Rebellion, which is against the huge HS2 rail building program, which is going to cost about £107 billion. Is widely now seen as being a vanity project of the current government. Money that could be spent on buoying up and improving infrastructure for green transportation, such as cycleways and public transport. We're also working today with Roads Rebellion, which is against the expansion of roadways, there, as well as HS2 for the railways. There's a roads building program called RIS2, which Rupert Read will talk to you more about later. And also we're being joined by the campaign group Paid to Pollute. Paid to Pollute are a group of campaigners who are taking the government to court over the oil and gas authorities' maximum economic returns policy, which basically means that anybody who's exploiting the North Sea oil fields and anything onshore, any onshore fossil fuel developments, is mandated by law to maximise the amount of fossil fuels they're extracting from the ground. Otherwise, they can have their claim taken away from them, given to a different company that will. And that's in the state that we're currently in, with the IPCC report that came out a few weeks ago saying that we've got a code red for humanity. Which means humans have caused climate change. It's worse than we thought. We're going to get to the so-called safe limit of 1.5 degrees within 2 decades. That is an absolute given. And we have to work now on mitigation. So that's something else that we're calling on the government to do from this Stop the Harm March, is to prioritise climate breakdown mitigation measures and adaptation in community planning, which means we don't just have to stop the emissions. We have to accept that climate change now is happening, and it's going to happen to a considerable degree, and we have to include measures in the funding for national and local government spending to make sure that we are mitigating against the impacts, that we're accepting the impacts will happen to a degree, and we're going to adapt to ensure they have the minimum impact on communities in this country and abroad. So we've got so many people taking part in this march today, as you saw going past. Tons of amazing flags that have been printed by our rebels in the flag making workshop. And we'll be talking to representatives, well, not representatives, who've on horizontally organised movements. So I'll say members of our various movements who have joined us here today. We'll be finding interviews for you, we'll be filming the speeches, and there might be other things going on as well that we're going to be filming. So please stay engaged in this live stream, and please share this live stream as well. We are going to be live streaming the rebellion for the whole 2 weeks. We're almost at the end of week 1, but there's lots more to come, and we're really hoping that we can use this live streams as a tool to bring more people into the movement and get them to understand rebels who are already involved. So I'm going to move back some footage of the march now so that I can catch up with the bulk of what's going on, and we'll be back to you with interviews and more about our immediate demands very soon.
Millionaire playboy. They always have playboy. Stick it in. Nobody's perfect, darling. Nobody's perfect.
I've just gone to a well, there's been a lot of
tweeted about 500,000 times.
I assume the lyrics were environmentally focused. So,
A couple of bits.
you get some sort of... Yes, we can
I did wonder the fact that they rushed in so quickly. It seemed a bit strange to me because it wasn't. It's in a major, they're not in a major part. And the way it came down and then turned left.
Oh, really? Oh, gosh. Oh, yes, that's carry on. Yeah. I'm just about coping.
Can you guys tell me a bit about what you're doing today?
We're the corporates. We're the ones that run everything. 2050 is our deadline. Stop the harm. Where's the harm in making money? Where's the harm in profit? Come on, everyone loves some greed. So consume, obey, submit. The corporates tell the politicians what's a thing. We run the papers. 2050 is a joke. It's our deadline. We're gonna spoil it. Rebellion is impossible. Yeah, the impossible rebellion. Of course it's gonna be impossible. Money controls everything, and we control the money. We bought and paid for this country.
What do you want?
Well, I'm not like them other lads. I'm offset. I understand there is an emergency. You give me some money and I'll plant, say, 1 million trees somewhere, and then you can carry on about your lives. Yeah, I've got some carbon credits if you want them. Everyone's happy. Well, apart from donkeys in Somalia, and then donkeys out in Spain who've got money. But who cares about donkeys? Yeah.
You want to hear about some greenwashing? I'm greenwashing. So, where there's money to be made, we're there. Of course we can pay for something green. We put the word green in front of it. Green fuels, not a problem. We've even brought some green lenses today to convince the world that everything we do is green. Greenwashing is the answer. Barely any profit in that at all.
Oh yeah, and off to Buckingham Palace you go.
What's that?
Off to Buckingham Palace you go.
That's it.
Extinction Rebellion! 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 Democracy looks up! Democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Do we mean what democracy looks like? This is what democracy.
I'm back here at the back of the march. You can see we're just about to go under about to start going down towards from Hyde Park Corner onto towards Victoria and then onwards towards Westminster, I think. I'm here with just a minute. Some theatrics I'm going to show you in a moment. So I've just met up with a rebel who would like to say a few words to camera about why she's here today.
Hello, hi.
Introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Jo, and I'm a midwife. I'm from Birmingham, and I've tagged on with Theatrics. They're my neighbours from Worcester. So, yes.
While we're walking, kind of hard walking shop, would you like to tell me a bit about why you've come today to stop the harm?
Yes, yes. Well, it's absolutely key to the whole, intersectionality of the rebellion. The way it links. Yesterday we had an action that very much featured, centred women, girls, female, intersex, non-binary and trans people. And as a midwife, that's been my life work, really, being alongside female people with reproduction, with babies coming into the world, holding the space for new life, for birth. And
so how does climate change resonate with you specifically from that point of view then, if you're bringing more children into the world? Are you still practicing?
I'm still practicing as a midwife. I think it's really difficult, personally and professionally. Personally, I've needed to just found it hard to sort of hold the joy of birth alongside the grief of birth, of welcoming a new being into this world and the state of destruction and where we're heading with war. So it's very tricky. In fact, I've needed to step back quite a bit professionally to be able to hold that balance. But that's what midwives do, holding the space. And there's a sort of aspect of holding the space for life and death. So the role of midwife can apply also to death as well as birth. So I feel I've got quite a special role to play.
Do you anything else you'd like to say about being here today? What would you like to be part of this?
It's very moving. It's very moving. I've been here, this is my third year of rebellion. Came first in 2019 and then in 2020, and here I am. And it's very moving. It's really wonderful to find kindred, really, other people who are similarly feeling the intensity of what's happening. I almost feel it in my body, really, what's happening in my bones, in my sinews. And there are other people who understand that here. So I come for my own comfort, and just also I come to add my body and my voice to the protest. I really find that I enjoy interacting with people who are witnessing our walk, our march, who are on the edge, so I can say to them and engage conversation with them and meet them where they are to explain what's happening.
It's really important part of what we do, isn't it?
It is.
Marches like this, they people just kind of becoming into public space, aren't we? And sort of breaking up people's everyday. And it's not just about disruption, it's about physical disruption, it's about disruption of the normal normality of people's thought as well, isn't it?
Well, it's about communication, because a lot of people still are not aware of what's happening. They aren't aware even of the International Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report that came out about, Code Red for humanity. A lot of the parents I'm working with are not aware, and that's painful in itself. I feel that people have a right to be informed, to make their life choices, their decisions, really. And there's an onus on us to do that, participate in that education process, to help people to be aware of how our climate is changing. And I wear this badge about climate crisis, a health crisis. People have been very preoccupied with the pandemic, and it's one of potentially many, and has been already, other pandemics. This is the era of pandemics. And we need to mobilise, we need to act. Pandemics occur when we're encroaching on nature, disrupting the balance of where organisms are. They cross over then, join humans.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
It's really important to hear about this aspect of really feeling the climate crisis within us.
Yes,
We're going to see a lot more of that today, I'm sure. So,
thank you. You're really welcome. Thanks.
Just a reminder that we're here today at the Stop the Harm March by the southeast, next to our southeast. I'm just going to go back and show you all the way around. It's quite a far corner now. So
Guys.
It's just a delay. Whatever we needed for. Keep going!
Extinction! Extinction!
Rebellion!
Extinction!
Rebellion! Climate justice! Now! Climate justice! Now! Our streets! Our streets!
Our planet! Our future! Our street! Our planet! Our future! Power! People! People! Power! This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like!
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like!
Extinction! Extinction!
Rebellion!
Extinction! Rebellion!
So stay there. Hello, thank you so much for coming and doing an interview with us. You are live on Extinction Rebellion. I wanted to ask why you're here today. If you could introduce yourself first, that would be wonderful.
My name's Kathy and I've come up from Devon today.
Oh, amazing. And could you tell me why you are here? Why is it important that you're here today?
Well, I've got my granddaughter with me and I've got other grandchildren. They're the impetus, but it's for all next generations because I'm really concerned that if we're going along on the trajectory of fossil fuels, there isn't hope for our future generations. I don't think people realise the calamity that is ahead in food shortages, really drastic weather conditions, floods, droughts.
Right, we're getting caught up by people now. Now you're from Devon, which is known as being quite a green area, actually, isn't it? But Devon, just like everyone, is very reliant on fossil fuels right now. For some people watching that, they'll say, well, you know what, you use fossil fuels to get by, we use fossil fuels to get by, there's nothing you can do, so what's the point?
Well, I know it's not going to happen suddenly, but we've got to start the phasing out quicker than we are. It's not going to happen immediately, but the rate of change is just too low for trying to stop the tipping point of the climate really racing away and us having no chance of stopping it. So I've got the gas central heating, but I'm waiting as fast as I can to get alternative. And we need help from the government with this. Individuals can't do it. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky I can afford an electric car, but not everyone can afford an electric car, and I recognise that. And I still try and use public transport where possible. So I minimise my driving.
And the point is really that as much as you could do whatever you can, the maximum you can do, you can only do so much. If you live like a saint, you still would not be able to make the impact that's necessary at this stage. So if anybody watching this who's a bit nervous, who's thinking, I don't know what I really can contribute, these protests make me a bit nervous, what would you do to motivate them that change is possible?
I just say how simple aims, goals to start with. You know, even if it's just cutting out meat so often, and then, you know, gradually reducing your amount of meat helps a lot. It's looking up for biodiversity, so leaving areas in your gardens or in nearby spaces.
And it's bigger than that, it's getting involved in protests like this, right?
Yeah, they're all linked. So, you know, if you can come out on the streets like I am, I've never protested about anything much. Yeah. But I feel I can't afford not to, because what else can you do? I just get home. I would just get more worried if I was doing something. Yeah, so it's my way of just trying to do something besides home.
Thank you so much, thank you. I think a lot of people will have resonated with what you just said just there. So thank you so much, enjoy the protest. I hope we can make the difference needed. Thanks.
I'd cycle for day.
I'm here with Casper from the Rupert Rebellion. Casper, we're at the Stop the Harm March today. Can you tell me what's the harm that Rupert Rebellion wants to stop?
Yes, that's quite an easy one to answer, because transport is the largest emitting sector in the UK and also the largest polluting sector in the UK. So, you know, from air pollution alone kills 40,000 people in the UK every year, brings them to an early death, alongside the 1,800 people that are killed in crashes. I was in the really unfortunately horrific position of having to organise 2 die-ins in the last week, one in Exeter and one in London, both for women who were killed whilst they were cycling by drivers. You know, so the amount of the amount of harm that our current addiction to cars is causing society is utterly phenomenal.
You've got some big demands for houses on the march today. Can you just explain those briefly?
So, I mean, yes, our biggest demand is to stop stop new roads. You know, we need no more new roads. We've got an incredible road network in the UK already, and we've known for almost a century that if you build new roads, you get more cars, and at 12 tonnes of emissions, embedded emissions for manufacture, we cannot afford new cars. You know, every single tonne of emissions we're pumping into the atmosphere now means that more people in Turkey are going to be flooded and burnt to death, more people in Greece are going to be burnt to death, more people in Australia are going to be burnt to death, more people in America are going to be burnt to death and flooded, and it's not going to be long before it happens to us here in the UK, especially the flooding.
Anything else you'd like to say, Casper?
So, alongside the fact that we need to stop driving as much, stop building new roads, there's a whole load of really positive stuff that comes with removing our reliance on cars as a mode of private of transport. You know, the health benefits that come with changing our cities. I mean, we're hugely fortunate here in Europe. Our cities are ancient. Our cities have been around centuries before cars were imposed on our cities. You know, making our cities back into 15-minute cities, which is what Mayor Hidalgo is doing successfully in Paris, and is happening. You know, happens all over Europe. There's many cities that do not have the same levels of car dominance that we do, and that just comes with enormous societal benefits, with huge health benefits. You know, there's a reason why the Dutch are the least obese nation in Europe, when their diet is far worse than ours. is because 80% of their kids cycle to school every day. You know, that level of activity is built into their daily routine, and it makes them far, far healthier. And it's, you know, that's what we need to do. It's a really positive thing to do to transport, you know, and it is the largest emitting sector. We desperately need to be reducing our transport emissions right now. You know, like Sir David King has been saying, what we do in the next 2 to 3 years will affect the next millennia. Right, and basically, we need free or cheap public transport and safe active transport to deal with transport rurally and in cities.
We need more cars. Extinction Rebellion, thanks very much for joining me.
Thank you.
Rebellion, and also with Pollute, which is a campaign group taking the government to court for its maximum economic return policy for oil and gas. So we have many demands today at the Stop the Harm March. First, we want a program which is going to cost £27.4 billion. And reinvest that money in sustainable transport measures, such as public transport and cycling. And similar with HS2, we've got, I think you've just seen Boris the Bank Engine about to go past me actually behind Boris's pet project HS2. It's going to cost about 108 billion, and the costs are rising all the time. And we again want that money to be reinvested in transport measures that can benefit everybody in the country and that are sustainable for years to come. We're also demanding secure jobs in renewable energy, reskill all those workers who will be put out of work by decommissioning fossil fuel industries. We want to decarbonise the housing stock, so insulate houses, put in sustainable energy measures such as heat pumps rather than gas boilers, which isn't being done quick enough. And indeed, as a lot of people have been made aware, the green energy grants that were put together during COVID times were scrapped very quickly, and people haven't been able to make use of those. We need help from the government to go green, every one of us. That's whether you're out here with us or whether you're at home and you need extra support. We all need to be supported by the government to go green, and we understand that. We also want to protect and restore bio-depleted habitats. So, for example, habitats that are farmed intensively. We want those to be farmed in a more regenerative way, and also to restore woodland and all habitats in the UK that have been depleted over time. And we want to prioritise climate breakdown mitigation measures, which means that we know that climate change is happening, and we don't need to just talk about stopping getting fuel out of the ground. We need to actually put together measures that are going to help us deal with the effects that are inevitably going to come our way. So those are the demands of the Stop the Harm March today. Let's go back and see some of the footage from what's going on within the march.
This is what democracy looks like. ExxonMobil BP Shell, take your filth and go to hell. ExxonMobil BP Shell, take your filth and go to hell. ExxonMobil BP Shell, take your filth and go to hell. ExxonMobil BP Shell, take your filth and go to hell. ExxonMobil BP Shell, take your filth and go to hell. ExxonMobil BP Shell, take your filth and go to hell. ExxonMobil BP Shell, take your filth and go to hell.
need your HS2. Hey, Mr. Johnson, we don't need your HS2.
So we're here back of the march where we're with an interesting project. We've got the Earth on a stretcher, surrounded mess, and I've got one of the participants in this here with Dave from the Wire Forest. Hi, Dave. We're talking to the XK live stream. Would you like to say a little bit about why you're here today with your planet on the stretcher? Why is that?
Yeah, well, the bad way, sadly. We're reaching a critical point in time for almost every part of the globe, certainly the southern hemisphere, but as we've seen recently, areas of the north hemisphere are affected as well by climate change, and it's time that we stop the harm and started providing some proper medical treatment for this beautiful planet.
How does it feel to be, what's motivated you to come out today? Is there anything in particular? Any particular issues?
Oh, lots of issues.
We could go on forever, couldn't we?
Yeah,
but
absolutely. Well, on a global basis, the things that have been going on for years in the most deprived areas of the world, it's worrying that things are getting closer to home in Europe. Where I live, we are seeing 50-year floods. Well, we've had within a quarter of a mile of my home, we've had 3 50-year floods in the space of 13 months.
Wow.
And, you know, it's just a sign of what's to come. And we know we're here causing disruption to some people, but that's, you know, that disruption is minimal compared to what's going to come. And the people of London have started to see problems themselves.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily from the rivers, but from the amount of rainfall that we're getting, and that's only going to get worse.
I think that's so important to raise, is that, you know, it's not just something going on elsewhere, is it now? We've been seeing flooding in Germany as well, which has killed hundreds of people, obviously, and it could be coming here, and like you said, London. You know, hugely at risk, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah, and it's interesting that, you know, people seem only to accept how the situation is when it directly affects them. And even within London, there are people who seem to be, aware or have quickly forgotten those floods that happened in their people need that constant reminder, and that's where it's the role of the media really to ensure that this is kept in people's minds the whole time. We've said it's a climate emergency. Let's try and avoid this kind of situation where we don't need to give life support to the planet, and we've almost reached that point already. The life support systems are dying. I was on a trip, an HS2 trip with an ecologist recently, and we're walking through some of the woodlands that are going to be decimated by HS2, and the ecologist pointed out certain types of tree, and what he was saying, well, these trees won't be able to survive. These trees won't be surviving in this area in another 20 or 30 years anyway, because the temperatures will be too warm for them.
You mean the ones that were being taken down?
Yeah, that's a mix.
Yeah.
But some of the trees he was identifying, he was saying would not be able to flourish in any event because they're going to find the temperature too hot. So that type of tree will be retreating further north.
That is terrifying, isn't it? Because you think of, we've been seeing like wildfires all over the Mediterranean. So things are obviously getting too hot there for the Mediterranean species. Is that what we're going to become, you know, in a few decades' time? We're going to go towards a more like scrubby based.
Yeah, and that has impacts for all sorts of things, doesn't it? It has an impact for farm, for our agriculture. Some of the crops that we've traditionally grown in parts of the country won't be able to be grown in those parts of the country.
Absolutely, and they won't be able to be airlifted here either, will they, after a while? So very, very worrying.
We'll have a smaller nation because the sea levels will be rising. So, you know, we're going to see migration within the British Isles as well as from abroad. As people move in from those coastlines, they're going to be affected by rising sea levels. It's not a positive picture, is it?
It's not a positive picture, and as you've really well described, actually, it encompasses every part of our existence. But how are you feeling about the rebellion so far? Because I take it that your group's been here for a while already. Yeah. What's the energy here?
Some of our group arrived on Sunday. I myself arrived on Monday. The energy within the group is really good. The response we're getting from the public, I would say, is mixed. Very often what we get is a lot of emotional energy from people, a lot of accusations, making assumptions about the type of people that we are. Those people will come, they'll make a lot of noise and then they'll disappear. And then we find that other people will come along afterwards and say, we support you. It's that silent majority that don't get their voices heard. And we know that 75% of people or more are concerned about climate and the impact on their lives, and they're looking for leadership. And that's what we're looking for from our political masters. Or indeed, that is the way they see themselves, sadly, I think. Slip of the tongue, maybe.
Yes.
They see themselves as political
indeed.
masters rather than political servants.
Yeah. Well, we've been asked many, many times by our detractors to provide some solutions. Today on the Stop the Harm March, we are trying to provide some solutions. About half a dozen things on my list of things that we're asking the government to do. So we'll talk about that more and find out some more rebels as well to discuss them with. Thank you so much, Dave, for your time.
Have a good day.
You too.
Not too.
Fantastic. So hello, could you introduce yourself for me, please?
Yeah, my name's Esme. I'm from Bethnal Green, originally from Oxford, but based in Bethnal Green at the moment.
And how do you feel knowing that this is going on in your home area? This is going on in your doorstep, these protests?
I mean, it's great it's happening here. I think it's really important that it happens in London. Sadly, like, this is where the power is in the country, which is not good in itself, but it does mean that when we all come together in London, everybody is knocking on the door of the government saying, you actually need to listen to us.
Exactly, and the main thing today is talking about fossil fuels.
Yeah.
So it's beyond simply being in London, although London is where a lot of the decisions are made. How do you feel about the level of fossil fuel extraction that the UK is involved in, either first-hand or indirectly through contributions to international and...
I think it's shameful because we're one of the richest economies in the world, and we have a responsibility to lead other countries in the direction of divestment and green economies. So it's shameful. They're doing, they're starting the, I don't know that much about it, but they're starting the Cambo drilling, the oil drilling, up in the North Sea, and that's started without any permission, legal permission being given. And this government, it just clearly does not, they can deal with a crisis, we've seen with COVID, but they clearly just have not clocked or are willfully ignoring the fact that fossil fuels are just not sustainable. They are going to be killing us. They are killing us, especially people in developing countries as well. Those are the people who really are suffering. Yeah.
We need sort of the same PR company. Now the same as the COVID people, because they need everyone to act on the emergency like the COVID pandemic.
Exactly.
Now we've got the Samba band coming, so we're going to have to nip off. Is there anything else you want to say?
Just that doing XR is the only real thing that gives me hope in this climate emergency. So if you're thinking about getting involved, just start and do it now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful protest. Thank you.
Right, we're back at the back of the march again, slightly quieter space. I'm here with. Would you be able to introduce yourself?
Val.
And where are you from, Val?
Stroud.
And you're a supporter of HS2 Rebellion, aren't you?
I am.
And we're here today talking about scrapping HS2 as well as a lot of other infrastructure projects. Would you like to tell me a bit about your involvement with that?
Well, yes, I've been on some of the camps. I've camped on some of the camps in Buckinghamshire mainly. There was 8 camps at one point. They close and they get evicted, and then new camps start up. The destruction is carrying on up north into Staffordshire. I would like to go up and have a look and meet up with some of the people I've seen in other camps.
And we can see them going.
It's such an important one. And I think they've spent about 11 billion out of the 106 billion. We could stop it now. I mean, it has to be stopped. There's a parliamentary debate on the 13th of September. And we're really hoping that it's about petitioning. It's about putting pressure on your local MP. We're giving out postcards. It's affecting so many people, so many lives, and everybody. I mean, the trains are half empty. People are working from home. We know all that. But no train is worth this kind of money. We can't afford it. It's too costly in the environment. It's too costly. It's really affecting people's lives, and I'm sure we know that there's some corruption that's gone on in the government. There's been some very underhand working. We worry about the drilling of the Chiltern Aquifer, because that provides about a third of London's drinking water, and I don't know whether the media's actually told people this. There's a lot of, there is some support. There's quite a lot of support with the people, but MPs need to supporting anti-HS2 campaign. But it's so important. It's become basically it's a shuttle for expanded airports, which we also have to stop.
Can I ask, since you've been at the camps, you must have seen firsthand some of the impacts or some of the areas that would be destroyed by HS2 as it goes through. Can you say a little bit about that?
I've been helping out somebody who's been doing ecology and doing bat surveys. We've been monitoring the bats. We've been monitoring badger sets that we feel there's been a huge amount of woodland, ancient woodland that's been destroyed in nesting time. There's been lots of wildlife crimes. Unfortunately, the police aren't interested. They don't have any wildlife personnel to properly monitor what HS2 are doing. They have their ecologists, but they're not independent. They can't. We don't trust their findings. A Barbastelle bat, which is a rare bat, was found in Jones Hill Wood, and it was reprieved for nearly a year. So we have to really get onto the ecology and have the evidence to show that as if we need evidence, we are absolutely devoid of any amount. I mean, we're down to 2% of ancient woodland in this country, and it needs to stop at this time in an emergency, climate emergency. We can't keep cutting trees. We have to hang on to what we have. We have to design things around the trees.
Not only that, the carbon neutrality of HS2 it's not going to be carbon neutral for 120 years, isn't that right?
That's right. So the greenwash on the website, please read between the lines, because they're giving facts that are actually their lies. They want you to believe that this is a green project. It really is not a green project. So, I mean, we just keep on with it, and we just keep pressurising MPs. And I'd just like to say that there isn't the CE bill. We need to start having laws. We need ecocide. We need to pass a CE bill, an ecological emergency bill, that not a single Conservative has put their name to. This is a party policy that affects everybody. Yeah, HS2. We can just fighting it.
Thank you so much for your time. Yes, HS2 photos here. Yeah, HS2 is not going to be carbon neutral for 120 years. That is the amount of resources that are being put into it. And if anybody has driven around sort of between Heathrow and St Albans area on the M25, they will have seen the absolute devastation to what used to be protected area of woodland there. It just looks like an
So hello, thank you so much for having a chat with me at the beginning of the march today. Can you first start by introducing yourself and who's above you right now?
So I'm Ben. This dog is from Waltham Forest XR. So it's to do with the races. They used to have races in Waltham Forest, Walthamstow. So this is in commemoration of that. This is the symbol of Waltham Forest XR.
Okay, so you're part of Walthamstow.
To be honest, I'm Islington. But my daughter is Waltham Forest, so I'm holding the dog at the moment.
Yeah, and for most people who are aware of the climate crisis and know that in the last 40 years we've lost about 68% of the world's wildlife, seeing skeletons like this perhaps isn't so shocking. Could you tell me though why you're here? Is the wildlife side of things what is most poignant for you, or is it really the human aspect, or what exactly is bringing you here today?
I think it's the whole thing. We live on the planet, we are part of life on Earth. I suppose as a human being, I care particularly about human beings, but if everything else is up the creek, and so are we.
Absolutely. And what are you hoping to achieve by today's march?
Today's march is focused on stopping the harm, focused on stopping investing in fossil fuels. I'm very involved in a campaign against new incinerators, so focused on stopping burning fossil fuels in the form of plastic as well. All those things are driving us to catastrophe. It's very easy to stop, it's very easy to change things. We need to persuade the local authorities and the central authorities to do something about it.
Absolutely. And you say about doing something about it. For some people watching this, they'll say, well, the British government is doing a lot already. We're leading the way when it comes to trying to find alternative solutions to the fossil fuel industry. What would you say to those people?
Well, I would say there is loads more to do. We are still burning up all these fossil fuels. We are massively contributing to the climate crisis. We have to stop. Everybody has to stop. There's no point just sitting around blaming other people. So we have to think about what we can do as individuals and communities, but also to put pressure on our governments.
Absolutely. And you are here as part of Extinction, is that right?
Yeah.
And you've also got a skeleton above you representing Waltham. Is it Waltham?
Waltham Forest, Walthamstow. There are dog races there.
Absolutely.
They don't do any more, but this is why it's a symbol for Waltham Forest, Walthamstow.
and for change perhaps as well. I would say one thing I wanted to ask you is, obviously we've got a Prime Minister who's about to be supporting the COP26, but also flew to one of the latest meetings about climate on a aeroplane to Cornwall. We've got contradictions seemingly happening all over the place. When you hear about contradictions like this and other contradictions that seem rife in the UK, we found out yesterday through some of the rebels with XR Wales that HMRC uses Barclays Bank, one of Europe's, if not Europe's most fossil fuel invested bank. When you hear about these sorts of hypocrisies, how does that make you feel as a citizen of the UK?
It makes me feel outraged. It makes me feel that there's quite a lot of green talk, but it all amounts to very little. But we've got COP26 coming up, so they can prove me wrong, can't they?
Absolutely. Do you have any hope? To what extent are you hopeful about the future?
I think it depends very largely on people like some people like you and me and anybody who's listening to this and watching this. We have to make it happen. It won't happen unless we make it happen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Very nice talking to you there, thanks.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful protest. See you soon.
I hope you're all going to COP. We're going to stay here making money.
We are. Go away to COP. Go out of our eyes. We don't want you here. Then London will be free.
Know you what makes an Extinction Rebellion? Us. High on cocaine.
Sherbet. Get it right.
Woo!
Oh, yeah.
It's important to spend some time enjoying what you like. A little treat does no one any harm.
That's it.
That's how we stop the harm. A little treat every now and then. A little bit of consumerism. No regulation of big business. Everyone's allowed a paper straw, diesel, whatever. Just don't regulate us. And we'll throw in the drugs for free. We'll keep you nice and sedate for a Friday night out.
Free the corporates and we'll change everything, honest. We'll make it all better for you. We'll be able to innovate the problem away in time, don't worry.
Just keep growing, that's the trick. Just keep growing.
Yeah, that's the one. That's how it works. Cut out price.
You did the Columbia for all of these again. Anyone else want to be in the limelight?
Emergency, everybody. Come on. Worship at the altar. Come on. Get rid of it, come on.
Do you want to know where we got this table from? Do you want to know where we got this table from? That's right, we bribed it! We bribed it off you! We bribed it! All it took was a little backhander, and we took what it is. It's recycling, you know? Well, that's what bribery is, recycling.
We recycle the money, we don't pay taxes.
Hello! I've got that cheap stuff. It's expensive stuff. City of London, not a problem. Business as normal.
Take a sniff.
Business as normal.
Make you feel better.
Yeah.
Just listen to what we've got to say, that's all. No sweetener for you.
We're all here for our benefits. Some largest producers of CO2 in the world. Some of the world. country. Come on, you know, business is not.
Right, we're again, I'm at the back of the march, and I'm with another rebel who does social media, and we can see you're still on your phone right now. Are you doing all the socials right now?
I am. I've been live tweeting from XR Southeast UK, so please join us there as well.
Because of course this is the action of the Southeast region today.
It is indeed, yeah. It's our big march, and we're here to stop the harm and sort of stop all fossil fuel investments immediately. It's the immediate demand, and that's what we really want to get home today. We don't need fossil fuels. You know, we've got to stop the use of them. We're addicted. We're addicted. And it's going to be really tough. Nobody said it was going to be easy. As Kermit the Frog said, it isn't easy being green. Sorry. That's corny, isn't it? But yeah, it's a great day. It's wonderful to see all the flags waving in the wind, and yeah, and so many people out on the streets.
In fact, what I could talk to you about is we've had a sort of sustained campaign, haven't we, in the Southeast against fossil fuel lately. Maybe we could say a bit about that, actually.
We have, because we've got the Horse Hill site, and there, Surrey County Council, where it is, it's in Surrey, Horse Hill in Surrey, and Surrey County Council, who have declared a climate emergency, have given a licence to UCOG, oil and gas, to extract fossil fuels for the next 20 years. And really, that's outrageous. We don't really like that. So we have had a sustained campaign there. We've also got other fossil fuel infrastructure in the area. There's plans to drill at Araton on the Isle of Wight, and yeah, it's really tragic to see these councils supporting and MPs supporting these projects when we know that all we're doing is fueling extinction.
Absolutely, and actually, what's XR been doing against Horse Hill, in particular, we've had some quite impressive actions there, haven't we?
Yes, there have been. There have been a number of times when people have locked on gates, people have climbed up the oil rigs, and that's been quite high-profile stuff. And it's all gone through the courts. Yeah, and the other thing that happens is there's a regular service, a non-denominational faith service. It's a faith service called Faith at the Gate, which happens. I think it's almost every Sunday. Is that? Yeah. So we cover a wide range of aspects. It's not all non-violent direct action in the sense of protests and it's sort of lock-ons and like what people might call the disruptive stuff. It's also the softer stuff, the outreach, and telling people about the whole message and about why we must stop the harm, which is the name of this march. We really must stop the harm.
And if people want to get involved, if they're watching from the Southeast today and they'd like to find out how to get more involved, whether it's, you know, getting more into the political aid, talking to their local councils, or whether it's actually getting out on the streets at Horse Hill, whether it's maybe at Exxon in Southampton, what can they do? How can they get in touch with us?
Yeah. Yes, I completely. How could I forget about Hythe and Forley? I did, didn't I? Yeah. We've had big action there, and of course, if you go on our social media, you'll see the record of all of this, which is you know, I hope you find interesting if you've not seen this thing before.
So look at Southeast XR. Hang on, what's the link?
You can look at if you go online and search for XR Southeast UK, you will find our Twitter stream, you will find our Instagram, and you will find our Facebook page. We also have a website, XR Southeast UK, and on there's a map. And on the map, you'll be able to zoom in, and you should be able to find the contact details of all the different local groups. And failing that, look for the Extinction Rebellion, main Extinction Rebellion website, and that will point you in the right direction too.
Fantastic. Thank you very much to, can I say your name?
Yes, you may.
Yes. Thanks very much to Marion from the Southeast.
You're welcome.
Have a great rebellion.
Thank you. Get on Twitter now.
She's tweeting away. So just to remind you, we are on the Stop the Harm March. This is a XR Southeast action in conjunction with Rhodes Rebellion, HS2 Rebellion, and Paid to Pollute. And we are heading towards Westminster as we speak.
That's good.
Oh, what do you?
I'm just going to take a shot of your t-shirt.
Oh, I made it myself.
I've just come across a couple of XR scientists who we always like to talk to on the live stream. Would you like to give your names?
I'm Abby. I'm a biologist.
Okay, you're a biologist, and how does that fit in with we're here at the Stop the Harm March? What's motivated you to come on this today?
So we all spend our time kind of observing the natural world, and for me it's not enough to just observe the world falling apart. We need to take to the streets and make sure that the science is translated into action, and that's why I'm here.
And data scientist.
Yeah, my name's Jen. I'm a data scientist in Manchester. Yeah.
And what's your perspective on stopping the harm?
So I have children. I've got my son with me here today, and it breaks my heart to think that the government are not doing enough at the moment to stop the harm. You know, the IEA has said no more oil out of the ground, and yet we are approving coal mines, we are approving oil fields, and it has to stop because we've got to stop it. It's like him who'd be absolutely mortified that I pointed to him on the live stream, and probably trying to hide behind me right now. But you know, this is for the future of all of the children. And as somebody with a scientific training who works in data science, you know, it's really important to me that people look at the evidence and act based on that.
Absolutely. So how does it make you feel that the government is still supporting a maximum economic return policy on oil and gas, which means that they have to, anybody who is extracting oil and gas, they're actually kind of legally have to do that to the maximum, otherwise they won't be able to, they can have their claims taken away. Did you know about that one?
Yeah, so it makes me feel heartbroken. I'm heartbroken. Like, I'm here, I don't want to be here, I want to be at home with my other child and my family. Like, I am heartbroken that they are not listening to reason and that they are pursuing these policies where they are continually taking things out of the ground that need to remain there. It's very, very clear that that's the case.
I think that's how a lot of us would feel. We don't actually want to be on the streets. A lot of people see us as kind of anarchists, don't they? Like, we just want to make a mischief just for the sake of it. Why are you here?
It makes me laugh when people think that we're having a great time. Like, there is some levity here because there needs to be, because we're here for a really serious purpose. And yeah, like you, I would much rather be in the lab doing my science, but we have to be here because all the other methods of communicating the crisis we're in haven't been working.
So anything else either of you like to say?
Just that we're here because we want to make things better. We're not here to disrupt anyone's day-to-day life.
The disruption that we cause by being here and taking up this space and by speaking the truth is absolutely nothing compared to the disruption that we are already seeing all over the world and that we are seeing in this country. And many people will say, oh, well, we're not seeing it here now. Well, we are seeing it here now. You know, there are hundreds of people dead in Germany from flooding. You know, we will over the next couple of decades lose communities in the UK to rising sea levels. It's happening now. It's much, much worse than being stuck on a bus.
Absolutely. That's one of the key headline messages of the rebellion, is it's happening now. Thank you so much to XR scientists and you both as part of that, because you're helping us to tell the truth in XR to really bring your specialisms into play. So have a great rebellion.
Thank you so much for spreading the word.
You're welcome. We're moving on now to, we've gone just past Victoria. And we are going to move from Victoria all the way down to Parliament Square. And I believe we are headed towards a government department to make some of our demands know there. And I think there's going to be some speeches there, and we'll hear from people who were part of Extinction Rebellion and Rhodes Rebellion and HS2 Rebellion, all these different movements. We've got so many movements who are either part of or affiliated with XR. We call them it's a movement of movements, and we all bring our skills and our specialisms to bear to fight against the climate and ecological emergency. I think it's fair to say that the energy here is pretty upbeat, despite, like as the lady I was just speaking to said, despite we're not in a situation of levity at all. It's absolutely desperate, but we're trying to use theatrics and we're trying to use arts, song, to build community, but also to spread the message of the climate and ecological emergency. And we certainly hope it's working.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Power to the people. People got the power. Tell me, can you hear us? Getting louder by the hour. Power! People! People! Power! Power to the people! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! Show me what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like! ExxonMobil VP shout! Take your filth and go to hell! ExxonMobil VP
hell. Take your filth and go to hell. Take your filth and go.
Okay everyone, so we're now at the front of the Samba line and I have two of the Samba band with me here. Hello, could you please introduce yourself and tell me where you're from?
I'm Swati from Chelmsford, Essex, and that's my son Shaurya.
Fantastic. And why are you here today as part of the Samba band?
Yes, as part of the Samba band, we represent Air Equals Life, and we're here for the planet, for climate change, and for spreading the message of love, that we should love our planet and safeguard our future for our children.
Okay. And I can hear some music going on in the background, thank you very much. Why is it so important, do you think, that the two of you are here together, mother and son?
Together?
Yeah, you're both here together. It's quite a powerful message, having both a mother and her child here in the protest. Why do you think that's important? Why did you bring your son with you today?
Well, a lot of people are so self-absorbed in our daily life and work that we forget that the future belongs to our children, and we just forget that there's so much pollution caused by air or by the HS2 or by so many things that the government is just sitting on literally and not taking action, and it is up to us to rescue our children and to prevent their extinction, frankly speaking, because we all are in danger, including our children and especially our children. So if we don't do something, the government won't wake up and they won't do anything.
Okay. And what kind of conversations do you have? How do you feel about the climate crisis? Do you have? Are you worried about your future? If you could say that a bit louder.
Say loudly. I'm sorry, he can't hear your question.
No, it's okay.
How do you feel about climate change? Do you feel we should do something about it?
Yeah, we should do something about it. We don't want the planet to die. If the planet dies, then do you want to exist or not? That's
absolutely. Do you want to exist or not? That's the brilliant thing about children, isn't it? They make it so plain. I was listening to a lady yesterday talk about how difficult it is to talk to her family and children, especially about climate change. What's been your perspective on this? How do you speak to each other about this catastrophe we're facing?
Well, we talk to each other a lot. We go to the meetings of XR locally together, and we also join every action we can locally and come to London each year together. And we also do something for Animal Rebellion whenever we can. So, you know, because it's all interconnected, animal agriculture and fossil fuels, both are destroying the planet equally. And we need to raise awareness about both of them so that public attitude as well as government's attitude improves, and we take action to ban industries that are really the biggest polluters of nature.
Absolutely.
But with that in mind, in school, I'm really afraid to say that not much education is given to our children. And I keep writing letters to my school, his school actually, and to the local councils and MPs, and I get responses that are very normal, stoical, staid, boring responses that have no clarity whatsoever or depth, and they avoid the main issues, they avoid answering, and they also think that we should not be obsessed about climate change, or we should not be obsessed about animal rights or whatever they speak about. So, you know, they kind of categorize people into those who are just normal and ordinary and just going about their daily lives, and us as, you know, someone who is too extreme in our views sometimes. I don't know why that is so, but I think that schools should accept that this is a reality, climate change, and we should really take some emergency actions in education as well.
Which brings me on to my next point really well. So there'll be some people who are watching this who think, oh my goodness, she's brought her child to an Extinction Rebellion protest. That's outrageous. What would you say to those people?
I would say that Extinction Rebellion is nothing outrageous. We're just normal people like you, and all of us on Earth are equally in danger, family especially. We all need to gather together, and we also need to send out the message that we are normal, ordinary people from daily walks of life who are coming together. We are not extremists, and we are not someone who's a danger to society. In fact, we are preventing dangers and calamities that will happen, and that will really, really be bad if it happens. So we are the ones, we are the good ones.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Do you have anything else that you want to say to anybody perhaps who is a bit worried about coming along today or in the next few weeks?
Well, XR personally, from my experience over the last 2 to 3 years, they're the best people you can be friends with. The groups in your locality will be very warm and friendly. They'll give you all kinds of knowledge, information that you would have never got from anywhere else. You will be enriched, and you should join XR. It's fun.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and thank you too. Can I have a little sound on this? Ready? Fantastic. Thank you so much, both of you. Have a wonderful time. Make it loud.
One, two.
Business, energy, and industrial strategy. And that's one of our destinations for the march, because we have some demands for the government. And the demands are to stop the road building program, RIS2, which is going to cost to 27.4 billion, cancel HS2, which is going to cost about 108 billion at least, and redirect that funding to sustainable transport. We also want some renewable energy jobs for the future, green jobs, decarbonise the housing stock, protect and restore bio-depleted habitats, and prioritise climate breakdown mitigation measures, which means, in short, ensuring that appropriate funding is directed to stopping the harm and protecting everyday people from the effects of the climate crisis. And I'm about to be invaded by a heart of love saying stop the harm. I might also want to come now and talk to Boris the bank engine, who's been giving us some amazing kind of rousing chants as we've been going on. So why are you dressed up as Boris, and why a bank engine?
Yeah, I'm here looking like an idiot because I'm sort of forced to do this, really. I did it last year, and I can't really believe that a year later I'm still here doing it again because nothing's changed. I'm dressed up here as Boris. Someone's given me a HS2 hat today, thank you, whoever that was, to raise awareness about the HS2 rail project. It's this country's most damaging infrastructure project. It's going to rip through wholly or partially destroying about 108 ancient woodlands. The cost is astronomical. It's all being funded by, well, not all, but largely being funded by the UK taxpayer. And it's a vanity project. And I'm here to hopefully raise a few smiles, be a little bit cheeky. We've got the bank engine here behind us, which is made out of two very long banners. We're speaking to members of the public as much as we can. Hello on the opposite side of the street, good to see you. Hello there, good afternoon, give us a wave. Hi. and we're just trying to create some connections, really. We think it's important that XR are not seen as a bunch of theatrical, slightly scary people that you can't get near to. He says, ironically, looking like one of those people. Wherever possible, we're trying to find that human connection.
So you're providing the comic relief, but it's not actually very funny, is it? Like 108 billion. What could that go to fund instead of HS2?
Well, we know that there are some very good causes for that. We're just out of a COVID pandemic, and the Conservative government is telling us that we have a massive deficit to make up for, which of course we do, but that hasn't altered their decision to continue funding the most damaging infrastructure project the UK's ever seen. So that money could be going towards the NHS, social services, could be going towards a green recovery. There are many, many pockets of society who are really, really suffering as a result of COVID. And the money is ring-fenced, it's not marked off for them. It should be going there.
And what about if we don't have HS2? A lot of people say, well, that's a green, it's public transport. We don't like it for a lot of, money wastage and also destroying the environment. But what's the alternative for sustainable transport?
Well, ironically, the cost of HS2 for that money, right, used to be, now it's even more. You could electrify the entirety of the Northern Rail lines for that cost, which would be a much better use. Sorry, that's the entirety of the UK rail lines. That's not just the North. And we're saying that you could use that money to fund better links between northern cities. There's a myth that HS2 will create a northern powerhouse, that somehow that's going to bring economic growth up to the north. Well, every single major study in Europe has shown that our high-speed rail line, it acts as a brain sink, and it brings all of those resources and work down to London. London is the one that's going to benefit. We don't think that's fair.
Is there anything else you'd like to say about stopping the harm today at this Extinction Rebellion march?
Could you say that again?
Sorry, it's very loud. Is there anything else you'd like to say about stopping the harm today at Extinction Rebellion march?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that I was pretty shocked to find out that HMRC, which we all pay tax to, banks with Barclays, which is the #1 investor in fossil fuels in Europe. Why is that the case? Everyone's paying into that. There are other choices, and it's not difficult. Well, I say not difficult. They've had enough warning. Perhaps it is difficult, but it's far too late. We need to disconnect those services and send the right message out. That's why I'm here today. I don't want to be part of that harm.
Thank you so much for doing what you're doing and for talking to XR UK livestream. Have a good rebellion.
Cheers. Have a good day.
Hello, beautiful rebels! How are we all doing today? Yay! It's amazing to see all your wonderful faces. Look at you all, you're beautiful, beautiful people. Thank you for being here today. I would like to welcome you all into this space, but first of all, please could everyone get closer together? We are taking this space and we need everyone to be solid. So feel free to take a seat, feel free to mill around, but try to keep closer together, okay? So thank you for being here today. It's wonderful to see you all. I'd like to especially welcome the beautiful, brave women in FINT who did such an amazing job yesterday. Thank you so much. We're so proud of you and we're so grateful, so thank you. I'd like to welcome all of the people who felt at times marginalised. This is a safe space for you. We want you here. We love you. Thank you for being here. So, today, what we're going to have is we're going to have some speeches. We're going to hear from some interesting people who have plenty to say. That'll last about an hour. And from then on, we're going to move into crisis talks, where we're discussing the best ways to bring home the climate crisis to your communities. After that, we're going to be having a die-in, followed by a space for all young people
to speak their minds. You know, in a world where young people's voices are silenced, where we're told we're too young to understand what's going on, where we're too young to be able to vote, to be able to we're told we're not able to make real change. So today, this is the space for young people. I'd like to hear a cheer for the young people. It's beautiful to hear you all. Come on, I'd like to hear it again, louder. Very nice. So you will be seeing me later. Here, I'd like to welcome the beautiful speakers. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen and folk.
Thank you, Kat. So, we're going to now have several speakers, the first of whom is really familiar to most of you. He's been a spokesperson for 2 years for Extinction Rebellion. You might have heard him on talking on LBC Radio to Nick Ferrari, or on the Today programme, or on Question Time. He's, however, speaking to us today in his role as an academic and Green Party campaigner. I'd love to welcome Rupert Read.
Hi everyone, hi Helicopter. Yes, I got the honour of going first here this afternoon, so I'm going to try and set the scene a little bit. I wanted to talk with you all about the concept of this rebellion, the impossible rebellion, as we call, and its fascinating slogan. But first, to get us in the mood, I would like us to take a moment, this moment, to remember more broadly why we're here. So I'd like to invite you to join with me in a minute's silence for everyone who has died since we were last here because of the climate and ecological emergency. A minute for everyone who died in the unprecedented American heat dome, in the ring of fire around the Mediterranean, in the appalling fires spreading over Siberia, in floods in Japan, in Germany, in Belgium, in many frontline climate states. I want to invite you please to join with me now for a minute's silence in memory of everyone who has died since we were last here because of this emergency. Starting now. Thank you so very much. Act now because it's too late. What on earth does that mean? Of course it doesn't mean it's too late to do anything. It's never too late to do the right thing. It's never too late to reduce the harm. However bad things get, there will never be a point where it's possible for us to give up. So that's not what it means. So what does it mean? Well, what I think it means, first and foremost, is that the best time to have acted on this emergency is, well, about 50 years ago. Next best time was about 10 years ago, and the next best time is right now. But what that also implies is that it's too late to have the hopes we could have had for what the transition that we're going to be going through will look like. It's too late to have had the same hopes that we could have had for that if the transition had started 50 years ago or 10 years ago. It's too late to prevent appalling harm. It's too late to prevent mass death. It's too late to prevent the deaths of all the people who've died since we were last here outside this ministry because of this appalling preventable emergency. It's too late to prevent those deaths. Climate chaos is here. This is not something for 2050 or 2100 or 2035 or even 2025. It is here. It is wreaking unprecedented death and devastation already at just 1.2. To prevent this emergency. It's too late to focus only on mitigation, on reducing the greenhouse gases which are at the root of the trouble. Yeah? So XR now has this excellent, incredibly modest, immediate demand. Stop all fossil fuel now. Stop all new fossil fuel exploration and production now. So, such a moderate demand. Who could possibly object to this? We already have enough of the stuff to fry ourselves twice over. How could we possibly need more? And you know, we might even be getting somewhere with that demand. It's becoming increasingly difficult for the government to retain any credibility while they plan to go ahead with this new coal mine in Cumbria. Now that there's the Greens as junior partners in the government in Scotland, maybe there might be a chance of stopping new oil exploration of Scotland. Maybe we'll get somewhere with this immediate demand. But you know, what I'm saying when I say that we have to acknowledge the ways in which it's already too late is that there needs to be another immediate demand as well. And that is, as well as stopping new fossil fuel exploration, we need to have a crash emergency program now to cope with the damage that it's too late to prevent. We need to get serious now about not just mitigation, but adaptation. From now on, it's too late to have a focus only on prevention and mitigation and precaution, vital though those things are. What we need to do now and henceforth is also focus on our vulnerability, on the need to adapt, and on the need to adapt in the right way. If the way we try to cope with heat domes and unprecedented storms and rings of fire is by just building higher walls and trying to keep this stuff from coming and hitting us, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. We've got to adapt to the damage that is already here, the worst damage that is already coming, and we've got to adapt in a way that is transformative, a way that involves system change. Yeah, we've got to make ourselves resilient, we've got to make ourselves more food secure, we've got to relocalize society, we've got to create flood defenses which work with nature, not against nature. We've got to restore wetlands, we've got to restore biodiverse habitats that can help us to absorb the water that is going to pour upon us with more and more frequency. We've got to adapt, but we've got to adapt transformatively. We've got to adapt in a way which mitigates and prevents at the same time. It's too late to do anything else. So, we need to be demanding of this lot, our so-called leaders. We need to be demanding of them not just no new fossil fuel, but a whole load of new transformative adaptation measures to cope with our vulnerability. We need to be demanding of them that they put in place now flood prevention programs that work with nature, that they put in place now ways of growing food that work with nature, not against nature, and that will be able to cope with the horrendous floods of new floods and fires and heat waves that are going to be coming. It's too late for anything else. And one more thing. Can we really expect that our so-called leaders are going to deliver all of that. Just, it's just not quite credible somehow, is it? It's not telling the truth to think, well, it could happen, they could turn around overnight and just do all of these things that I've just been enumerating. So it's too late for us to leave it all up to them. We need to start doing this stuff for ourselves as well. Yeah? What transformative adaptation, what really coping with our vulnerability is going to have to mean is we need to take more of this power into our own hands. And as well as demanding these changes from them, we have to say, it's too late for us to trust that you're going to deliver them all. So we're going to start putting in some of them ourselves. That's pretty demanding, but it's too late for anything else. We need to start turning the agenda of the transition towns movement and the permaculture movement and so forth into a reality on the ground. And if the powers that be try to stop that, then we need to use nonviolent direct action to make it happen, to support them, to make the kind of changes that we need to survive what's coming, what's already here and what's coming. It's too late for anything else. So, as we go forward through this rebellion and beyond it, demand not only that they leave the rest of the fossil fuels in the ground, but demand also that they start to make the kind of changes to cope with the disasters that are already here and that are coming. And if they don't respond to those demands, and they will not respond to them fully, then start to do it yourselves. Let's start to do it ourselves. Okay. I'll draw to a close by saying this. This rebellion is an important moment. What we're doing here today, right here, right now, this is important. The eyes of this country are upon us. But in November of this year, the eyes of the world are going to be upon us. There is a moment in history that is coming. In the lifetimes of many of the people here this afternoon, there is an event going to be taking place in Glasgow that is more significant than any event that's taken place in this country for a long, long time, probably for generations. Why is it important? It's important because the governments of the world have the chance to stop this rot from going any further. And it's important because they are not going to take that chance. Just like this government are doing, they are going to fail us. I'm sorry to have to say this bitter truth very bluntly, but it's too late for anything but the truth. The COP is going to fail us. It might fail us a bit more or less badly, but it is going to fail us. The moment in history that we have, that this day here today I see as really a bubble of preparation for, is when this COP ends, there is an opportunity for a huge wake-up call, for a far greater number of people that are assembled here today, or than those who are listening on all sorts of live media right now. A far larger number are going to be ready to wake up and to be mobilized and to demand those mitigation and prevention measures, and to demand adaptation, to demand that we deal with our growing vulnerability. And if those demands are not heeded, to start to do it themselves, to start to do it ourselves. History is going to be made this November, not by the governments who are going to fail us. It's going to be made by us. Yeah? Let us go forward from today with that solemn intention that whatever we achieve or do not achieve today and the rest of this week and next week, we will use this as the basis for something of much greater significance still. I want to urge you, come to Glasgow in November. Be there for the middle if you can. Be there for the start if you can. But whatever you do, be there at the end. Be there at the end to mark the moment in history of their failing us. The moment when we get to say to the world, rise up and join us and transform the future, because they have failed us and now it's up to us. That is what it's going to be about this November. That is the moment in history that is waiting to happen this November. So please, friends and comrades, whatever we achieve or do not achieve here today, plan on being there in Glasgow, Friday, November the 12th. If you can't be there in Glasgow, be here in London. In every capital city in the world, we need people to rise up on that day and say, they have failed us. We are taking charge of history now. We are going to make the transformation happen because it's too late for anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupert. So for those of you who cannot wait till November to start doing something, our next speakers have been the driving force behind the climate emergency centres, which can create community and action now. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to Phoenix and Ruth.
Hello. My name's Phoenix. I'm from the Climate Emergency Centres UK network. So let's get the energy up. I want you to make a bit of noise. I can hear you down there in Westminster. If I say climate, you say emergency. Climate! 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 I can't hear you. Say it louder. Climate! 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 I say climate, you say solutions. Climate! 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 I say direct, you say action. Direct! 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 Right, let's keep the energy up, keep it lively. Okay, so basically, for a long time, people, I'm from the Climate Emergency Centre UK network. We're working to help groups all across the UK, from many different groups, all get together and cooperate to set up climate emergency centres, which are really, really critically needed at this time. For a long time, people thought climate change was something further away into the future and affecting people far away. But we are actually reaching really critical tipping points. All over the world, fires are burning, waters are rising, climate refugees are growing, floods are coming home, floods in Holland Park, floods in Stratford. It's one of the most shocking images I've seen recently to bring home to people is like 4 foot water pouring down Stratford Tube. Bringing it home to Londoners is happening here, is happening all around the world. We need to take action. So floods in Belgium, Germany, from the north of England to Cornwall. Fires are raging from California to Siberia and Australia and all around the Mediterranean. What does it take to wake up our politicians? Climate change is affecting us all. We need to take action. We need to be working on eco-solutions that we all know exist and finding space for them to happen. And that's what the Climate Emergency Centre Network is about. So we've been taking action for about 30 years, setting up eco-community centres since the Rio Earth Summit. During the lockdown, we wrote a handbook, basically, how to set up a climate emergency centre in 10 steps. Basically telling people how to form a team, get together, create working groups, and get organised and contact the council, property owners, and as many different groups all around town to get cooperating. So we currently have teams in about 40 different cities and 10 physical buildings now where people actually work on those things. Yeah, give it up for them people. Okay, so it's about the intelligent reuse of the vacant properties and empty buildings we can see in all of our communities. There's like over 1 million empty buildings in the UK, and they should be used for eco-community projects, eco-enterprise, communities getting together and doing things. So we can all see these spaces. CECs are about, well, climate emergency centres, are about community resilience and adaptation towards a sustainable future, improving the quality of life for communities, getting people skilled up for a just transition away from fossil fuels and into a sustainable future. By reusing these empty spaces, it's a win-win situation for everyone, the local community, the council, property owners, and the environment. 300 councils have declared climate emergency, thanks to all of your efforts all around the last couple of years. Pick up yourselves and all them councils for declaring climate emergency, 300. That's amazing work. We never could have guessed that years ago. So we've also been working to set up community and people's assemblies, working with a group called Trust the People. Check out their website. These assemblies can help people to feed into centre organising committee and other circles. So it's about building an alliance of groups I'm going to pass over to Ruth to tell you a little bit more about what we do, getting people organised, and then a little round-up at the end. But thanks for listening. Here's Ruth. I'll say a little bit over.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm really menopausal, so we all know that there's a climate emergency, but the research is finding that most people know there's a climate emergency. They're finding when they research and they ask people, they know, yeah, we're fucked. The problem is that most people feel helpless. They feel like they can't do anything about it. And they've got the media telling them it's China and India that's causing all these problems, so they feel even more helpless. But that's not true. The reality is that we have the power. Everybody's actions matter. We are here now together, and when we are together, we're so much stronger. Climate emergency centres are about doing just that. Supporting communities to get spaces in the towns and cities, to build the resilience that we need to build, to adapt our local areas, and to share skills, knowledge and resources that we need to start building for the future. Every climate emergency centre is autonomous, so they get to focus on the solutions that they need in their local communities in a way that works for them. They're about inclusiveness. It's about bringing the whole community together, so everyone can bring what they can. It makes us stronger. We are not just facing a climate emergency, we're facing social emergencies. People are struggling out there, people are desperate. And all of that has all been caused by the same underlying system. So unless we come together by social and work on both social and climate solutions together, we need to find these things. So they're both the same thing. Every climate emergency centre is part of a network of hubs. So the idea is we help each community, each team that wants to come together and get a space. We help them build, and they link up and they actively help each other across a network. So people can share resources and skills and knowledge, and they can cooperate in projects and initiatives, making them bigger and more effective. We've got a social media chat, we've got loads of shared resources to help teams. There's a handbook, 10 steps, on how to get yourself together and get yourself organised and set up and running your own centre. We have regular Zoom meetings so people can share advice and hear from other initiatives that are going on that would work in their centre. So we can start talking about the solutions and what we need to do and start putting them into action. Because we need to get on now with building the future.
Okay, so just to say, we're working actively towards creating a just transition. We need to create sustainable jobs to replace the fossil fuel empire that long time's been controlling our government from the back rooms. We need to replace that with a sustainable future. If you want to check out the Climate Emergency Centre website, one little action like you do after this is to get out your phone and have a look at climateemergencycentre.co.uk. That's climateemergencycentre.co.uk. Or you can email climateec@gmail.com. We need to take action now. On that website there is a map of about 40 different teams all around the UK, so see if you can find one near you, link up with them, find a space and take action in your community. And you can check Space Generators or Climate Emergency Centre on Facebook for other info about events. Every action we take makes a difference for us now and for our children and for 7 generations ahead. We need to be taking action. So we need system change, not climate change, for people and planet. Set up a climate emergency centre near you. Act now. Reclaim your space. Reclaim the streets. Reclaim the houses and community spaces. Let's focus on solutions. Thank you. Pick up yourselves. Make some noise that you can hear. Over there in Westminster. Take action every day for solutions.
Thank you, Ruth and Vinny. So, we are all here because we feel we need to do something to make a difference. And the person I'm going to introduce you to now has been at the really sharp end of action. She sat 10 days underground in Euston. She's been living up a tree, protecting this ancient woodland for HS2. Please welcome Rowley.
Before I get into what I want to say about HS2, I'd just like to say that when we speak of fossil fuel projects, road projects and HS2, we often think about the land in which is going to be stolen from us. We think about the debt in which we have to pay. We think of the emissions, the war on climate that is waging, and the communities that are set to be affected. One thing I would like us to reflect on right now is not the communities that are set to be affected, it's the communities that are already being affected on this land and beyond. Think about those who are disproportionately affected by this crisis because of their ethnic origins, because of the class that the system has unjustly placed them into. You may be someone who is disproportionately affected, you may not be. But think about it for just a second, because while you may be fighting for your future, people are already mourning theirs. We are now in the depths of a climate and ecological emergency. We have and continue to be plagued with social injustice in every corner of this nation and every other nation on the planet. To combat one crisis, we must combat them both. Colonialism, capitalism, greed and power, the factors that have backed us into a harrowing corner. It is a corner in which, everywhere we turn, we are surrounded by an industrial empire that was never meant for the gain of people like you and I. It was sincerely meant for the gain of tyrannical and the so-called ruling class. HS2 and projects alike are fueling and furthering the loss of biodiversity and habitat health. HS2 is a menacing railway project that has and is still ripping through 108 ancient woodlands. Countless homes on unnecessary volumes of common land. This includes 693 local wildlife sites. Land is a home, not a commodity. Nature is a necessity, not a luxury. HS2 is the pinnacle of wealth disparities, class inequalities and social injustice in the UK. One day, working class children are going to learn the truth, and they're going to want to know why their friends' stomachs rumbled with the stripping of free school meals, why their vulnerable relatives couldn't seek medical attention during a global pandemic because of an underfunded NHS. They'll want to know why their schools couldn't afford textbooks because of slash funding. They'll want to know why every inch of precious greenery in their area has been decimated at the hands of suited fiends. When HS2 is costing every taxpayer just under £7,000 and an overall of £200 billion, it makes one wonder for whom this railway is really for. A project that takes 1 million times more than it gives is simply just theft and criminality dressed up in a vanity beholden suit and tie. Ordinary people continue to be exploited by those in the ivory towers of Westminster. For decades, working class people have been ordered to pay the price for a debt that was never theirs. Through the stripping of necessities, funding and land to pave the way for desolate and destructive industry. HS2 is not democratic. The people did not ask for it. Therefore, HS2 is a case to be taken to the highest of powers, and that power is the people. This project is coming for working class homes with bulldozers and battering rams. It's coming for natural paradises with diggers and chainsaws. Yet HS2 will rapidly exchange gold and green paper havens for the land of golf courses where the elite do play. When HS2 is finished, our natural wonders will be completely decimated. Biodiversity will have rapidly declined. The fight for social justice will have staggered backwards, and wealth disparities will have steeply inclined. When I talk about HS2, it makes me so angry. I live on active resistance camps. I, along with so many others, have witnessed and first-hand faced the destruction and violence from HS2 workers. Living on active resistance camps, we face violence from the police, from bailiffs, and from private security firms every day. I've watched my friends, not much older than me and some younger than me, be dragged through rivers, almost drowning, almost being put out of their tree houses by police and bailiffs. HS2 is a state-led project. Therefore, it is no wonder institutions upheld by the state, such as the police force and bailiff teams, support it and are willing to endanger and abuse those that protest it. They serve the state, not the people. They serve corporations, while furthering and upholding and being a pinnacle of social injustice. HS2 is not our friend. The state is not our friend. The policing institution is not our friend. The law does not dictate the realms of morality, and therefore resistance is key in this fight for justice.
Yes.
One last thing I would like to touch on before finishing is the police, crime, sentencing and courts bill. Specifically, the anti-trespass part of this bill. Now, this part of the bill will specifically target the Gypsy, Roma and Traveller community. It proposes that anyone on an illegal encampment should be fined up to £2,500 or be given a custodial sentence. This is ethnic cleansing, this is racism, and it is rife within society. Right now, I am asking people to support the GRT community, to sympathise, empathise and resist. Trespass is integral to direct action and resistance, and those living a nomadic way of life and on protest camps are going to face the same criminalisation. The fight for ecological justice is intertwined with the fight for social justice. Intersectionality, when true and sincere, is a force to be reckoned with. And it is the only force in which this campaign will be won by. And that is why, if we choose to act, it must be now. If we choose to change, it must be drastic. And if we choose to live, then it must be in harmony. Thank you.
Brilliant job, Rory. Thank you so much. So from HS2, we're now going to move on to talk about roads. And it's my pleasure to introduce someone who's passionate about cycling and passionate about changing the way that we use transport. His name is Casper Hughes from Rupert Rebellion.
How's that? Should we test it? Extinction! 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 Okay. This rebellion this time is slightly different to the other rebellions. It's different for me. I'm often on the front line. I was on the front line outside Rupert Murdoch's printing press in Broxbourne with the other rebels all up and down the country. I see many of them here. This rebellion has got an immediate demand, and I think that immediate demand is really, really important. It's clear, it has clarity that I've not heard so simply put in other demand from other rebellions. It's also a little bit more difficult to chant, but we're going to have a go. So the immediate demand is no new fossil fuel investments. So I'm going to say, no new fossil fuel investments, and then you're going to say, no new fossil fuel investments. We'll see if we can get it going, because it is really important. No new fossil fuel investments. No new fossil fuel investments. Once more and louder. No new fossil fuel investments. Brilliant. So, I've helped set up a little group called XR Roads Rebellion, and it's really important because transport is the largest emitting sector in the UK. And today's march has stopped the harm, and transport is responsible for just so much harm. 40,000 people die early every year from transport pollution, from cars, mainly from cars. So the largest sector of transport, which is the largest emitting sector in the UK, is emissions from privately owned cars. Like many of you here, I'm a driver as well. I haven't got a car anymore. I couldn't live with myself owning a car. They're lethal. Only last week, I had to organise 2 die-ins for women that were killed while cycling, one in Exeter and one in London. Hundreds and hundreds of people turned up. It was Exeter Cycling Campaign in Exeter and Stop Killing Cyclists that organised these in London. But the demands are XR demands as well. You know, we need cities with no cars in them. We need our mayor to do what other mayors have done and get rid of cars from London. You know, Mayor Hildegoe in Paris is doing a great job. She's creating a 15-minute city. We can easily turn our cities back into 15-minute cities that don't require people to drive everywhere. It's a huge positive. Because as Sir David King says, what we do in the next 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 years will affect the next millennia. And what this means is that if you buy an EV, you're contributing to the problem. You know, we need to work out how to live without relying on cars as our mode of transport. You know, the idea that you have to get into 2 tons of metal to travel 1,000 metres down the road to pick up a Kentucky Fried Chicken or a bottle of milk is just utterly insane. So there are whole heaps of solutions, and one of the problems is the £27 billion programme that we're going to be building new roads with this government. You know, it's completely insane. We've known for about 100 years, if you build roads, you get more cars. Each car, on average, takes 12 tons of emissions to manufacture. There are 100 million new cars being added to the world every single year. Each one of these cars means that more people will die in Greece, more people will be burned to death in Greece, in Turkey, more people will drown here in flooding. The same in Australia. More people will be dying. Every single ton of emissions that we put into the atmosphere from driving and from everything else will mean that more of us will die. However, that £27 billion can be used to create a much, much healthier society that doesn't rely on cars. If we were to make cities safe for people to walk and cycle around, they would choose to do that over driving. If we were to make public transport, certainly in cities, free, and maybe have a regular rural bus network powered by renewables that was also free, people wouldn't need to rely on cars to do every little job that they need them to do. I'm lucky, I live in Exeter. Exeter's a tiny city. I can walk wherever I need to. I can walk to the hospital, walk to the school, cycle to the shops, got a cargo bike, it's great. I realise not everybody's in that same situation, but it's fundamentally important that we enable people to live their lives without having to rely on cars, which are the largest slice of the largest emitting sector in the UK. Okay? So, if you want to find out a little bit more about XR Roads Rebellion, it's fairly simple. It's a small sister group within XR at the moment, and you need to type in XR Roads Rebellion. There is one thing I have forgotten to talk about here, is the media's impact in all of this. The media, as we know, the right-wing section of the media, you know, the Times, the Sun, the Telegraph, the Mail, all of those papers, GBTV, or GB News, all of those, they love to magnify minority opinion
and make it seem like it is mainstream. And it's nonsense. It really is. We know that drivers want to see safe, separated cycling. We know that drivers want to be able to get around without having to rely on their cars. We know this because they're polled and they tell us so. However, if you read any of these papers, they'll be telling you that low traffic neighbourhoods are the enemy. They're not. Low traffic neighbourhoods are high crash neighbourhoods. Low traffic neighbourhoods, you see 70% less crashes, 70% less injuries. And yet we're told to reject these. This is how we decarbonise transport. It's by getting traffic out of residential areas. It's by making roads somewhere where you don't have to park a car, you don't have to drive a car. Roads are for kids to be going roads in residential areas are for kids to be going and playing in. There was a little bit of art done recently where the artist looked at 8-year-olds in their family over the preceding 3 generations. 3 generations ago in Yorkshire, an 8-year-old could walk 8 miles on their own to go fishing. Switch to this generation, age 8, 300 metres, because at the end of their residential road is a massive road and they can't go past that on their own. We've penned our kids in. We need to release them and make them free again. So yes, thank you very much. Extinction? Extinction? Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you so much, Casper. Okay, according to the next speaker's research, since we made the commitment to the Paris Agreement, the government has spent £3.2 billion supporting the oil and gas industry. So, the next person who's going to speak to us is a claimant in a case that's taking the government to court for doing this. I'd like you to welcome Jeremy Cox.
Hey, XR marching, do we do that? Do that as an action, or is that a distraction? Is this a decoy still? Is there something else happening somewhere else? Who knows? But then Extinction Rebellion taking Kwasi Kwarteng to court. What's that all about? We're in the dock always, aren't we? And now this time we're putting them on the other side. I'm going to try to explain the Pollute court case. I'll try and do it briefly. I know that you've already had 4 lots and number 5, and then we got George. So just 1 month ago, a judge gave us permission to go to court, which is no mean thing, because actually you've got to try really hard to persuade government, to persuade the courts that they want to spend the time listening to your case, and that the government might indeed be guilty. Do we think the government might be guilty? Okay, so who we're taking to court is Kwasi Kwarteng, the Secretary of State for this lot behind me, and his very own, he's the sole shareholder, executive agency, the Oil and Gas Association. They're the guys who hand out all those licenses for new oil and new gas. At the start, it was a bit scary because I was the only claimant, and I've never done anything like that before. I've never been in court before. I must have been slacking in my XR duties. But I'm now being joined by Michaela, who's people know Michaela. Lots of people know Michaela. Even Greta Thunberg knows Michaela. So I've been joined by her. She's a medical student in Edinburgh, and also by Karen, who's a let's call it political activist in Aberdeen. And her father used to work on the rigs and knew so many people on the Piper Alpha field as well, for those of us old enough to remember what Piper Alpha was. Okay, I'm not a lawyer, but my lawyer tells me it's very, very important at this point that I say everything I say from now on is my own personal opinion and nothing at all to do really with what the lawyers will be taking to court. So I'm putting things into my own words here. That's a bit of a disclaimer. Putting it simply, the government is giving loads and loads and loads of public money. We've just heard 3.2 billion, that's not the limit of it, to the oil industry so that they can carry on getting oil out of the North Sea and gas out of the North Sea. And right at the middle of that is a law that they made in 1998, which mentions this thing called maximise economic recovery, which is basically maximising how much money, how much oil and gas we can get out of the North Sea. Now, just as an aside, I've got a real problem with that word recovery. If I have something, if I lose it, or if somebody nicks it, then later on I might get it back. I might recover it. We never ever had that oil and gas. That oil and gas had been under the ground for millions and millions of years. We're not recovering it, we're extracting it. But recovery, a little bit of soft greenwash. Extraction sounds a little bit harsher, doesn't it? So I prefer to call it the maximum economic extraction thing, but even that is a problem. Okay, we've got two grounds on the case. First of all, against the OGA. In their latest strategy, which they published earlier this year, they basically changed the definition of maximise economic recovery. They changed it from things need to be good for the whole country to, if we ask the oil company, you're going to make a profit, yeah, we're going to make a profit. All right, go ahead and do it. That's economic. You're not going to make a profit? Well, that's a problem. How much can we bung you so you do make a profit? Go ahead and do it. That's the sort of thing that's going on. And even that's not everything that happens. We're on the hook, the public purse is on the hook for £20 billion worth of decommissioning costs. Getting rid of all their stranded assets when the oil and gas has finally run out, or when they finally learned that they shouldn't really get any more out of the ground. That's 20 billion on top of this 3.2 billion. And there are all sorts of other crazy numbers which we can come up with, which describe how much the country hasn't got from the oil companies over the last 30, 40 years. There's companies like Shell. I don't know how much you know about the court case they had in Holland, where Shell was basically told by the Dutch courts, you've got to reduce your production by 50% by 2030. So, who's behind the Cambo field? That's Shell. They're coming back to the UK government and saying, can we start pulling the gas out of Cambo? Having just been told they've got to cut their gas production. It's crazy. And then they paid their chief executive $7 million. And then they laid off hundreds of North Sea oil workers. And how much tax do we think Shell paid for the North Sea in Britain last year? Anybody got a number? Zero. Minus $99 million. We gave them $99 million more than we got in. That's the sort of company we're dealing with. Okay, we paid out $3.2 billion since signing the Paris Agreement. Doesn't sound a huge amount of money in the world of big oil, but actually what it does, it makes the North Sea the most profitable place in the world for oil companies to do their exploration and drilling and production. The most profitable place in the world. And why? Because we give them the money to make it profitable. That's the case against the OGA, that they've changed the rules, changed what maximum economic recovery is. The case against Kwasi Kwarteng, the Secretary of State himself, is that actually the whole thing's irrational. There was a law in 1998 saying get it all out, every last drop if you can. A few things have happened since then. We've been hearing about them earlier, and I'm sure George is going to tell us about more of them afterwards. But they just want to carry on extracting a whole load more, and we've got a 23-year-old flawed law which is letting them do it. So that's the craziness of it all, and that's the sort of thing that actually if we tell them change the law, it depends upon public opinion as to whether or not they'll actually go and do it. They'll probably go back and change the law if we don't make a fuss and say, well, actually, let's just change the definition to what the OGA wants it to be. We need them to change the law to say there is no such thing as maximum economic recovery anymore. The guy who used to be in charge of this place, Alex Sharma, before he handed over to Kwasi Kwarteng, did anybody see him on Channel 4 News the other night? He just wanted to talk about how much coal we're not using anymore. He just did not want to talk about oil and gas. And eventually he got pushed so hard that he said, okay, future licenses are going to have to be compatible with our legal commitment to be net zero by 2050. And there will be a climate compatibility check on that. Climate compatibility check? Well, first of all, he ignored the immediate 1.5 degrees warming or thereabouts from Paris. He's just talking about net zero by 2050. And secondly, what is this climate compatibility check? Well, maybe you need to start listening to people like the International Energy Agency who say no new oil or gas from now. That sounds like a pretty quick, easy and cheap compatibility check to me. Sorry, you're too late. It's incompatible. So that's where we need to go with this. We need to get them to listen to people like the IEA, their own climate change committee, the IPCC. Everybody's telling them they're not listening. Okay, I've tried to be brief. George will hopefully fill in all the gaps I've left. If you need more, could you search paid to pollute or hashtag paid to pollute? This is who we are. But anybody who wants to help with this, just look it up, and there's plenty of ways to help on there, or come and find me later. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful, thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. It's not working. You can't. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. And the next speaker, I think you'll all know. A long-term defender of nature with a weekly Guardian column, this person tells the truth all the time. And in fact, in October 19, he also got arrested with us in the rebellion. It's my pleasure to welcome George Monbiot.
Thank you, everyone. Lovely to see you here. Now, when ministers respond to us, they say, why are you bothering? Look, we've got our target, net zero by 2050. We've made some speeches. We've published some documents. Look, we've got some words, lots of words. To just go home, don't bother, leave it to us because we've got it. We've got this. We're in control. There's no problem. What more do you want? Well, yes, some action would be nice. Because the fundamental problem is the atmosphere doesn't listen to speeches. It doesn't respond to promises. It's completely unimpressed by attempts to fob it off. It responds only to action. And what that means is it responds only to cuts in greenhouse gases. But again, they say, well, what's the problem? Look, we've cut greenhouse gases 49% since 1990. And you say, fine, yeah, okay. You know, if you completely disregard the gases embedded in the imports that we bring into this country, fine, yeah, we'll give you 49% since 1990. But what they've done is all the easy stuff. Almost all of that has come about as a result of replacing the means by which our electricity is produced. The transition from coal to gas and the partial transition from gas to renewables. Fine, yeah, we'll have it, that's great, we're happy with that. So far, thank you very much. But then they've stopped. They've stopped dead. And since that transition, since that stuff which has been happening with electricity, nothing at all has been taking place in any substantial form in any other sector. And the reason they did the electricity first, and I'm not just talking about this government, but of successive governments, is that it made almost no difference to our lives. We flick the switch, the lights still come on. We don't care how that electricity was produced, the lights have still come on, that's fine. But everything else that needs to happen involves a transformation of our lives. It involves the government and others mobilizing us to change our transport habits, to travel less and by different means, to discourage us from flying by means of frequent flyer taxes and other mechanisms, to insulate our homes, to reduce our energy demand, to change the means by which we produce our heat. All of these things require our involvement, and they require politics. They require difficult political negotiations and political choices. And no government that we have had so far is prepared to do that. So they're cruising, they're living on past successes, and they're not prepared to follow those with any tangible present or future successes. And this is where the crisis lies. If you look at our transport emissions, they have now flat-lined for 10 years. There's been no improvement. Haven't got any worse, but we need to be reducing. If we're to prevent more than 1.5 degrees of global heating, we need to be reducing those almost to zero within 10 years. If you look at our domestic building emissions, those have been rising since 2014. And at the current rate of replacing our heating systems, it'll be done in 700 years. By which case, basically, we'll be stratigraphy. That's all we'll be. We'll be part of the fossil record, unless they turn this around and turn it around very quickly. So, no, they haven't got it. They haven't got this at all. They're not even bothering. There's nothing happening except the words, except the conferences, except the summits, except the targets. And even the targets are completely unrelated to the task of preventing runaway climate breakdown. There is no connection, no scientific connection at all between the Paris Agreement aim of no more than 1.5 degrees, the Paris Agreement aim of no more than 1.5 degrees of global heating, and the government target of net zero by 2050. That's a political target, it is not a scientific one. But they will not amend that target, they will not even have a discussion about amending that target. And I have to say that the Climate Change Committee, which basically said this is the target, knowing full well it is the wrong target, has played a dreadful role in enabling the government to ensure that it misses its commitments under the Paris Agreement. But hold on, the government says, hold on. We'll build new infrastructure. Of course they'll build new infrastructure. The primary purpose of new infrastructure is to provide profits for the people who commission and build it. That's what it is primarily for. Sure, some of it is a secondary purpose of providing some public services, sometimes deliberately, sometimes accidentally. And sure, we need new green infrastructure, there's no doubt about it. But that will get us nowhere unless we simultaneously retire the old, dirty infrastructure. That's the key task. Preventing climate breakdown is much more about the things we cease to do than about the new things that we start to do. And we have to retire the dirty things we currently do. That's what we have to stop. So how's that going? Not at all. There are no plans whatsoever to retire the existing dirty infrastructure, this absolutely crucial task, without which we cannot possibly prevent climate breakdown. Instead, as we've already heard, £27 billion on roads. Every single airport in the nation has plans to expand. They're going in exactly the opposite direction. And as we've heard already, the same applies to the extraction of oil and gas. We've heard about this extraordinary policy of maximising the economic potential of oil and gas from the UK's continental shelf. Exactly the opposite of where all climate scientists are now saying we need to be, which is retiring existing reserves, let alone bringing new ones on stream, let alone maximising the process of bringing new ones on stream. And this is a process hatched and pursued by this department. So, my friends, we're in exactly the right place here. Now, when this department tried to justify the policy in the Energy White Paper, do you know what they said? It's wonderful. It could have been written by George Orwell. They said, it's important to maximise economic recovery of oil and gas because that will attract foreign investment, and we need the foreign investment to get us out of fossil fuels. So in other words, unless we burn as much fossil fuel as possible, we can't get out of fossil fuels. This is what passes for logic within this department. And these are the people saying we can trust them to get this done. But horrendous as that is, it's not the worst of it. Because this government is party to something called the Energy Charter Treaty. How many people have heard of the Energy Charter Treaty? That's exactly as they want it. They do not want you to know about the Energy Charter Treaty, because the purpose of the Energy Charter Treaty is to thwart the popular will. It is to prevent democracy from happening. Because what it says is the following. If governments try to stop the extraction of fossil fuels, if they try to stymie any fossil fuel project, if they try to leave fossil fuels in the ground, fossil fuel companies can sue them for the loss of their future anticipated profits. In other words, they can sue them for the loss of money they don't even have. Money which is entirely theoretical. Money which is out there somewhere in the future. If they were allowed to do it, we would make this money. We can sue you for that money which doesn't even exist, and those lawsuits can amount to billions. Billions of pounds, billions of dollars. And at the moment, a British oil company is suing the Italian government under the Energy Charter Treaty because the Italian government wants to stop oil drilling in coastal waters. It's an extraordinary situation, not least because the Italian government isn't even party to the Energy Charter Treaty. How can this be? Well, the Italian government pulled out of the treaty for very good reasons in 2016, but the treaty contains something called a sunset clause. Isn't that romantic, a sunset clause? You picture them going hand in hand into the sunset. But what a sunset clause means is that even if after you've left the sodding treaty, you still can be sued under that treaty by fossil fuel companies. There's no escape. So in other words, they've nailed it down. They've set something up to make it impossible to change that policy. They've set something up to ensure that the future anticipated profits of fossil fuel companies are legally and officially more important than life on Earth. So these people in here who are party to this treaty, if they cared, if they really were on this, if they were trying to stop climate breakdown, they would be all over this to find a way of dismantling that treaty and preventing it from operating. So you must ask yourself, well, why aren't they? Why aren't they all over it? What's going on here? What's going on is that they believe that is the right priority, that the future anticipated profits of fossil fuel companies, among whom number some of their most generous donors, are indeed more important than life on Earth. And I think I can reasonably say we disagree. If I get this right, when I ask you if you think that life on Earth is more important than the profits of fossil fuel companies, you will say yes! Who says I can't read an audience? Okay, so we have this situation where they are trying to nail it down, to commit us legally to climate breakdown, to commit us legally to the end of the period during which human life and much of the rest of life on Earth can flourish. So in other words, this is a crash course towards disaster that they have pushed us on. And we have no choice, if we believe that life on Earth is more important, than to resist. We have no choice than to rebel. We have no choice than to persist until we have won. And we come to them in anger, but not in hate. In anger, but not in hate. We come in love. Yes, if they accept the hand of friendship that we offer, we will shake it, COVID or none, we will shake their hand. And however many times they slap away our hand of friendship, we will continue to proffer that hand, and we will say, if your policies are good, we will embrace those policies. We will cheer those policies, we will applaud those policies. But if your policies are bad, we will oppose those policies. Not in the spirit of hate. There is too much hate in this world. There are too many people dividing us with hatred to ensure that we don't respond with righteous indignation. There are too many people finding scapegoats for us to hate. There are too many people trying to distract us with hate. There are too many people trying to stop us focusing on what is important, life on Earth, and to focus instead on hate. So we don't do hate, we do anger, but we do love. And we love through our anger, and we are angry in our love. Because in a world of hate, and a world of extinction, in a world in which we are being driven, literally, metaphorically, deliberately, driven towards the very edge of the cliff, in this world, to love is to resist. Thank you.
So we're standing outside the government department. The government uses a blunt tool to measure how well we're doing in the economy. Its main focus is gross domestic product and its growth. Is this a good measure? No. So our next speaker has developed a tool that takes into consideration people's needs and sustainability. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome Kate Raworth. I am here today because I am an economist. You don't often cheer for economists, do you? Economics means ecos nomos. It means the art of household management. And if we take that seriously, there could be no finer art, because at stake is our planetary household. And it is time to learn to manage this household in the interests of all her inhabitants. It's time for 21st century economics. I teach at the University of Oxford in the Environmental Change Institute. I have the privilege of working alongside many of the climate change scientists who have written tirelessly, voluntarily, have documented the IPCC's latest climate science, where we know they have told us unequivocally we must act now to prevent irreversible, destructive climate breakdown. They're my colleagues, and I'm so proud to work with them. And as an economist, I know it is time to act on the science and to create the policies that actually put their insights into practice. I'm so delighted to be here today outside of the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. I have come here for many meetings in the past, and that's why I'm dressed for a meeting today. But sometimes the most important meetings are happening in the streets. So let's talk 21st century economics. I've never had the privilege of teaching 101 of 21st century economics in the street. I hope you'll join me. The first goal is to change the goal of what the economy is for. We have inherited a 20th century economy that fixates upon endless growth. It has this shape. The idea that the nation's income should grow and grow and grow and grow forever. This is an insanity. We live in one of the richest nations in the world. This country is richer than almost any nation has been in the history of humanity. And yet our economists and politicians believe that the solutions to all of our problems lie in yet more growth endlessly. This cannot make sense on a delicately balanced living planet. So it's time for a new goal. I offer you a donut. It's the only one that's actually turned out to be good for us. You don't need to eat them, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't eat too many donuts. They are conceptual. And I know this one's a bit small, so here's a big one I made earlier. Now, the goal of the donut is to leave nobody in the hole, falling short on the essentials of life. That is where people do not have the resources they need for food, water, housing, education, income, work, transport, connectivity, community. We call these human rights. Leave nobody in the hole. Let me hear you say it. Leave no one falling short. Okay, but that's just one half of the story. Because as we use Earth's resources to meet our essential needs, we start to put pressure on this delicately balanced living planet. And so we must also not overshoot this outer limit, because that is where we cause climate breakdown. That's where we acidify the oceans. We create a hole in the ozone layer. We break down the web of life. Around the edge here are the 9 planetary boundaries that Earth system scientists recognized just over a decade ago. We are only just beginning to understand our planetary home, and now we must act on what we understand. If we want to have food and shelter and housing and community, we can only do that if we have a stable climate and fertile soils and an ozone layer overhead and ample fresh water and biodiversity and the web of life. We depend upon it.
So we need to meet the needs of all people within the means of this one living planet. Now let's put these together. Leave no one falling short. Don't overshoot the limit. Again, leave no one falling short. Don't overshoot the limit. Yes. Now, what if we begin 21st century economics with this goal? How then would we regulate our societies, our economies? How then would we shape markets? What incentives and rules and laws would we put in place? How would we recreate the commons? How would we care in our homes, in our streets, in our neighborhoods and towns and our nations and in the international community? This calls for economic principles and policies and action in line with a vision that's fit for our times. So we need to move from the degenerative economy that we've inherited to a regenerative economy, where we work with and within the cycles of this living world, where we regenerate the landscapes and nature, where we work with the solutions that Earth has been offering us for millennia. We need to create a cyclical and cyclical regenerative living economy. I know there are so many people in this country who already passionately want to do that. You know what? Some of them are in this building. There are people working in every walk of life, within government, in the private sector, in the community, as activists, as parents, as entrepreneurs, as teachers, as lawyers, as doctors. Let's hear it for the doctors. People everywhere who know this makes sense. But we need the governments to put in place the rules that make it happen. The first rule of the 21st century economy is protect the life support systems on which you all depend. And that takes government action. It takes vision, it takes ambition, and it takes bravery. And now this rebellion is so clear. Scientists have given us the science, and we have invited the world's governments to these shores in November. If we want to inspire the world to act, we have to lead. And if we want to lead, we do no new fossil investments now. It's so obvious. It's crying out to be done. It's such an easy win. Come on, government, pick it up and take it and run with it, and we'll run with you. The UK has a chance to make a difference at the beginning of the most important decade of climate negotiations, which will shape the climate of this century. There could be no more pivotal point to have high leverage political action. Please, the UK government sees this. We want climate action now. I am used to giving lectures on 21st century economics in university lecture theatres. I'm not used to being surrounded by police. I have no desire to be on the wrong side of the law. But I really, really don't want to be on the wrong side of climate change. And actually, we're clapping everybody here because it takes bravery to put yourself in front of the law, especially if you've never done it before. Everybody is overcoming that fear, that discomfort, their own fear, because they feel something bigger. Every time I give a talk on donut economics, someone will put up their hand, and I'm glad they do, and say, what can I do? I am just an ordinary person. And there is so much that each one of us can do in our lives. We can change how we eat, how we travel, how we take a holiday, how we shop, how we heat our homes, how we bank, how we invest, and how we divest. But oh, how we protest! There is such a long, proud history of the power of civil disobedience. We are inspired by Mahatma Gandhi and the decolonization movement, by Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, by the suffragettes and the rights for women. They all were outrageously disruptive. They hang on the classroom wall in every school. They are the heroes of the 20th century because they brought about the social change that the world already knew it needed. But we need to meet again for the existential crisis of our time. And we know what it is, and we know this is the time. And in the UK particularly, it matters now. And so I stand as an economist with you, in rebellion, in demand of the action that we know is due and that history will thank us all for. Now, I know there are some rebels who are here for the long stay, and I want to give you some reading. I have a couple of copies of books, one by me, John Economics. I would love to put these books in the hands of rebels who want some good news to read while you are sitting holding space. And I'm very proud to be here with my husband, the social philosopher Roman Krasnarek. He's written an amazing book, The Good Ancestor. There he is, long-term thinking in a short-term world. If there were any good ancestors on the planet right now, I know that many, many of them are right here, holding space in fear, because we know that our fears of being against the law are far smaller and far more outweighed by our fears of climate breakdown and our responsibility to the future holders. So we'll love to give these books to rebels who are here for the long term. Extinction! 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 Thank you! Thank you, Kate Raworth!
We've had some amazing speakers, haven't we? And now we're going to take some time to absorb what's been said, and I'm going to hand over to Lims, who's going to take us through what we're going to be doing next. Lims.
Hello. Hello, beautiful rebels. Welcome to your Crisis Talks. Thinking of Crisis Talks here as the gateway conversation to talking to people about the things we think they need to hear in order to carry forward all the great words and observations that our speakers have been making. Now it's down to us to take these words out to a wider community than perhaps us speaking amongst ourselves. Hopefully, if we can tempt people into some crisis talks, then we might be able to lure them into some people's assemblies. And then perhaps if we were able to get some people's assemblies to work, we might be able to tempt them into some citizens' assemblies. And perhaps if we could tempt some real people into real citizens' assemblies, we might be able to tempt our lords and masters over there to see the positivity that we can all gain from speaking to the real people in the real world about their real problems. Let's start with crisis talks, let's build to citizens' assemblies, and let's see a citizens' assembly just down the road there to help us inform them how the hell we get out of this mess. So welcome to your crisis talks. You've been sitting, listening very patiently, so I'm the one who gets you 5 minutes break. Can you get up, check it out? While that's happening, Samba are going to make their exit. Before that happens, big round for Samba, please. Been amazing all week. stand up, shake your limbs out, and then as we want to remain for crisis talks, if you brought anything pink, anything to gather around, please do that. Form yourselves into groups where you can comfortably listen to each other and hear each other. Helicopter aside, we need to be able to speak to each other. Form yourselves into groups, people you know or don't know. Be inclusive, be aware that everybody's speech and hearing is not necessarily the same as yours. Make those groups up, come back and honestly please 5 minutes for a shorter time, and we'll hold our first crisis talks. 5 minutes, I'll be back.
Hello, just a very quick thing. Is Louisa Gray here? I've got some credit cards.
Where are we? So, thanks for joining us. If anybody's just joining this quite long live stream today for XR UK Facebook, we're at Extinction Rebellion Southeast action called Stop the Harm. It was a march that started at Hyde Park Corner, come all the way down to Victoria, and then along Victoria Street. We're now at the Department of Business, Energy and Industry Strategy space, and we've had a long time here listening to some really amazing inspirational speeches by Kate Raworth, George Monbiot, and many people within our own movement. And today it's a joint action with Rupert Rebellion, HS2 Rebellion, and Paid to Pollute, which is a citizens' campaign led by XR rebels to hold the government to account, take to court for continuing to take the maximum amount of fossil fuels out of the ground. Is still a government policy. Absolute madness. So it's not just us here. We're in rebellion for 2 weeks in the UK. And we're saying stop the harm. Our immediate demand is demanding that the government stops all new fossil fuel investment. But like I said, that's not just us actually. There is a Nordic rebellion going on right at the moment for the Scandinavian countries. It's going on in Oslo for this entire week, and it's quite unusual for all the Scandinavian countries coming and joining. And we wanted to show some videos from there in solidarity. They're demanding exactly the same things as us. They're saying that they want to stop all fossil fuel investment now, and all new in fossil fuel investment now, and they also want to bring sorry, having some mic issues here. They also want to stop all fossil fuel investment by 2025. And their police response is quite brutal historically. So they've been really brave, and this is a really big event for Extinction Rebellion in the Scandinavian countries. So we're going to show you a few more videos through the afternoon. And I think we'll start with our first one, which I believe is of some of the lock-ons that they've done in the middle of Oslo.
We are here today to stop business as usual because the politicians and the company leaders are failing to act.
Så jeg kom egentlig bare tilfeldig forbi, og så var det jo litt musikk, litt lyd, noen farger, så måtte jeg nesten da innom og sjekke.
Jeg fikk med meg det toget som gikk nedenfra der borte og oppover. Man har jo vel, ytringsfriheten, om det ved ord eller ved kroppsbruk. Det vel egentlig opp til hver enkelte. Men å samle seg ned og ha på en måte en demonstrasjon på den måten der, tror jeg veldig fin.
Vet du hva jeg synes flott? Jeg tenker at vi trenger mer å heve stemmen, og så få bevisstheten opp. slik at flere blir med. Vi må stoppe dette her.
Poenget mitt at det kanskje ikke er veien å gå å provosere på den måten her. Støtter det som sagt dette her, men er litt sånn, ikke så glad i sivil ulydighet.
Jeg synes det er fantastisk, og det må skape oppmerksomhet. Nå blir det disco. Fordi hvis man ser på forskningen, og man ser hvordan vårt system, vi er avhengig av å utnytte mer og mer ressurser. Vi trenger et paradigmeskifte, og det skjer ikke av seg selv.
And Extinction Rebellion shows that it's a very important topic by blocking the street and involving the police. It shows that it's a very important topic. Yeah.
På en vis så er det bra, ellers så får vi ikke oppmerksomhet, eller blir ikke hørt. Jeg tror vi har ventet lenge, og vi har prøvd mange andre metoder, og ikke skjer noe. Så tror jeg vi må kanskje pushe litt mer. Vi mener seriøst, vi mener alvor, og nå gjelder det.
So that was one of the Nordic Rebellion clips. And for any of you who are listening on Facebook, actually I've been told for the next clip that you watch that you can turn on automatic subtitles, and hopefully you'll be able to hear some of the interviews in English. We're going to show another one now of some street music from Nordic Rebellion.
Man kan bare rasere natur en gang, om vi får aldri naturen igjen. Stå opp mot denne urettferdigheten, stå opp for livet og gjør opprør for livet.
Fight for climate justice, fight for climate justice, hey ho, take me by the hand, strong inside. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, this is how democracy looks like.
So we're so pleased to share those. We're so pleased to share those clips from Nordic Rebellion, and it's just really exciting for us as a video team and as the movement in general to link up with other movements from around the world. And hopefully, as we do more live streams through the week, we're going to be bringing you some footage from other countries, both in Europe and in other continents as well. Hopefully, some from the global south. There's some crisis talks going on here at the moment amongst our rebel community that are now standing up in the street, and we're hoping to also bring you some crisis talks from the global south, so from frontline communities who are directly involved or they're affected by the climate crisis. We're going to bring you some videos between now and actually going up till COP26 that Rupert Read was talking about, the climate conference in Glasgow. We'll be sharing those stories so that they're not forgotten, and we realise what a responsibility that we have as nations in the global north and the richer countries to mitigate against climate change and to really help those communities that are already suffering the biggest impacts. So we are here at, we're still here at our march at the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, right next to Parliament Square. And I think we've still got a little bit to go on our march, but we're taking a break at the moment. Just to remind you, this is about stopping the harm. There are lots of different demands that we're making of the government on this march, because often I think Extinction Rebellion is people say, oh, well, you're just protesting, but what are you trying to do about it? You should be giving us solutions. We are actually, this time, there are a lot of solutions that are being suggested. I'm going to look at my notes so that I don't get any of the wrong. It's quite a big list, actually. So we want to cancel the road building programme, that's RIS2, which is currently going to cost the taxpayer £27.4 billion. So, as one of the speakers said earlier, when you build more roads, you actually do encourage more cars. So we think that huge amount of money and the amount of money that's much bigger amount of money that's being spent on HS2 should be reinvested in sustainable transport options. So public transport that really does benefit everybody, public transport that's clean, green and affordable, and then also cycle networks, even car sharing, things like that. We really need to get creative, and the solutions are out there in a lot of other countries. Then we want to secure jobs that are promoting renewable energy. There's going to be a huge amount of retrofitting that's going to go on for buildings and infrastructure in this country, and we could actually be promoting job creation in those industries from people who are coming out of industries that are going to be decommissioned. So why not do that? It's good for everybody, and it will get us further down the line quicker. We want to decarbonise the housing stock. Again, the government started a programme where people could get financial assistance to make their houses more energy efficient earlier in the year, or that was last year actually during COVID, and it was very quickly scrapped. So that help for ordinary people to do the right thing and green their homes hasn't come about. And we're saying, yeah, do that and do more. Also protect and restore biodepleted habitat. So biodepleted habitat means somewhere that has been degraded as the result of human interaction with it. So either that's being built upon, or there's a lot of land that's been, whether it's to do with grouse moors, have been taking away biodiversity by having a lot of burning on them, and also grazing from agriculture in very intensive ways, for example. So we need a big conversation about how we use land in this country to promote biodiversity and to be good for our health and well-being as well, and provide food. And then finally, we want to prioritise climate breakdown mitigation, which means that although some of our speakers said that's not enough, we do actually need to accept that climate change is happening, and as well as taking carbon emissions out of the not having carbon emissions anymore, or as many, we need to accept that we are too far along the road not to have any impacts from climate change. They're happening now. We see flooding in this country within only the last few months. We need to be coming up with solutions to minimise the impacts of what is already going to happen. So those are our demands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lots of demands today on the Stop the Harm March. Lots of ideas coming from XR today. Hopefully BASE, the Department of Business, Energy and Industry Strategy, is going to pay attention to us. And if they don't, we're still going to be here for another week, demanding that they end all fossil fuel, all new fossil fuel investment. So they'll be hearing a lot more from us. And all the aspects going along with that very shortly.
It's called Illusion. ILL.
Well, I might come up on Monday.
I can tell you the people.
Pretty intense on Monday.
change it all. We're heading towards extinction, but we're gonna rebel. We need you to wake up. Either fight for Earth or get ready for hell. And the temperature gets higher and gets higher each and every day. And those who are most innocent will be the first to pay. So when your kids look into your eyes, what are you gonna say? Extinction Rebellion. We will fight for survival. We will fight your inaction. We will fight your denial. We wanna hear about it. Every climate expert has something to say. Everyone knows about it, but they all keep pretending everything's still okay. And the oceans keep on rising and keep rising, but so do we. So either we rebel or we all drown in sea. So when your kids look into your eyes, what are they gonna see? Extinction Rebellion. We will fight for survival. We will fight your...
Oh, sorry. It's coming back towards you. Yes. Pink table's coming into Oxford Circus now. Fantastic.
And it would be so useful.
So we're just taking a rest here at the Stop the Harm March. We've had the food truck from the Hare Krishnas providing us with some nourishment. I'm just about to be hit by the Changes Now car again. There's not a lot to say at the moment. We're going to try and find some more rebels to talk to, but while we do that, let's watch another recorded video.
When I was Chief Scientific Advisor in the British government, I had to work with problems such as the spread of diseases. But the biggest challenge today, and it's the biggest challenge humanity has ever faced, is climate change. And when I say the biggest challenge, I believe what we do on climate change in science, engineering, social sciences over the next 10 years will determine the future of humanity. In other words, I think it is an existential challenge to humanity, and it's happening far more quickly than most people recognize.
These are remarkable times. We're living through a crucial moment in the history of our planet. Yet we seem to charge ahead towards a catastrophic future, rather than seizing the opportunity to pause and change our ways. Human activity currently generates an excess of carbon emissions, which are released into the atmosphere, causing higher temperatures, which melt ice sheets and glaciers, contributing to rising sea levels and floods. Right now, the planet is already 1 degree Celsius warmer than it was 120 years ago. Scientists warn that we need to prevent the temperature from rising more than 0.5 degree, and we need to act now, or we will live to see the pollution of oceans and air, shortages of food and fresh water, the extinction of many species, the disappearance of low-lying cities and islands, mass migrations and social unrest. Millions of casualties due to floods, storms, heat waves, droughts, and disease. Our children will grow up in this devastated world. What will we say when they ask? The science and data were all there for everyone to see. Why didn't you stop this while you still could? Our governments must enter crisis mode before it's too late, urgently investing in and implementing policies to reduce carbon in the atmosphere. Let's choose a different path right now, so we can leave a world worth living in for our children.
So I'm here with another rebel. Get my microphone off I'm here with another rebel, and I've just met Oliver.
Oh, just doing an interview actually. But this is relevant though.
I'm not going to be interviewed. If you call 101, if you're the owner, if you call 101,
yeah.
get it back.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my interview in just a minute. Right. Okay. Just been talking to a police liaison officer, just so anybody who hasn't been here before knows, police liaison officers wear blue bibs. We don't usually try and talk to them more than we have to. So back to our interview. How do you feel the process has gone today?
I mean, yeah, fine. I mean, the reason I've specifically come here today is to collect a large white elephant sculpture, which represents, I think it represents HS2, which is like oh, is it? I guess, because there's elephants in the room, but there's also white elephants. So I guess the white elephant is HS2. But so I was asked to come here today for like 3:30 to collect it. But I turned up and to hear, but apparently it's been seized by the police for absolutely no reason, as far as I can tell. So I was like feeling quite happy to see everyone, and then I heard that and I was really upset. So I was asking that police liaison lady about it, like, why have you done this? It just feels like a kind of like an utterly pointless seizure of like a creative artwork, which is part of a protest. So I don't know, I guess that's just part of how this works, but I think it's ridiculous and upsetting. Anyway, so I asked her to ask about it, and apparently if the owner of the elephant gets in touch with the police, they can have it back, which is like great, but why did they seize it in the first place? Like, what did they think was going to be the problem? So, I don't know, it's like amazing to see people here today, but I'm just a bit upset by that, by the policing of these protests.
Yeah, and yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? So it's so proactive. Like they thought that it was going to be a lock-on structure or something like that. It's
yeah, like I don't care. Like even if it is, like what? This is supposed to be a democracy. We're supposed to be able to have a protest, and protests are supposed to be allowed to be disruptive. But if like the way that the police behaved, like yesterday as well, the moment they see a structure in the street, like pushing and shoving people and you know, that level of like aggression is like, I don't know, I just find that pretty upsetting. I'm just blithering now, but I just like it's quite difficult emotionally when you see that, and you see people caring about the future and the problems which are coming down the road, and for an amount of tiny potential disruption, they will like seize artworks, rip people's hands apart who are superfluid. And like, I don't know, like mobilise enormous amounts of resources to suppress this. So
yeah, the amount of money that they've spent on policing us is totally disproportionate, isn't it? To the amount of we're non-violent for a start.
Yeah, yeah.
Not cause a lot of harm.
This is their choice. Like, and you cycle here. I cycled here today. There's about 20 police guarding the bridge over there. There's a different department for transport. There's about 30 police lined up in a line out the front of it. There's no one there. They just stood in the line.
Yeah.
That's like 50 police. There's like perpetually a helicopter in the sky. That's 30 grand an hour.
Yeah.
Like that's the sound of democracy happening. That is you're being watched by the state. There's a van there videoing everyone. It's like, but I guess this is part of how civil disobedience works. Is you have to break the rules of the state, and then they will put pressure on you, and you have to remain respectful and dignified in ridiculous circumstances. So I guess this is just part of it. No one said it was going to be easy.
Yeah. No, very. Sort of talk. Very frustrating, but I think it's really good. Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's really good for people. People have been watching the live stream, and it's all been like really positive speeches and things.
Yeah.
But actually, we have to still be mindful of the other side of it, and who's behind us.
Yeah.
Standing, by the. And the amount of like pressure that we've had against us, which is, and it's just getting more and more all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, I get that's how it works, but we just keep going.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm gonna try and find the owner of the elephant and get them to ring 101 and see if we can get the elephant back. I guess the police have already done their job this afternoon.
Good luck with that.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much.
contributing to the live stream.
All right, yeah, thank you. Cheers.
We are now going to move over to another of our live streamers who has an interview for us.
Hi, we've got a rebel here, Jonathan, from Dorset, and he's got this great poster here, Love and Grief for the Earth. Just wondering what you thought of all of the speakers today, and what you thought the most pertinent message was for you. The crowd really seemed to enjoy it.
Yes, I thought those great speakers. Particularly enjoyed Kate Raworth and Donor Economics. I've actually read the book a few years ago, and XR has got a real is great at doing visual stuff, and she just gave two really great visual examples. The madness of economic growth, the hose, which was going nowhere, running out, and then the donut. She had a large green rubber ring, which talked about protecting everybody, sort of at the centre of the circle, then protecting the atmosphere and the earth, the planet. Putting limits. As a Christian, we talk about forgiving people their trespasses. We need to stop trespassing on the earth, I believe. We need to have limits. So that's what I got from her. And from George Monbiot, always speaks really well. And what was the phrase he spoke? It went something like this. The atmosphere doesn't respond to words or promises. I thought that was very good, very pithy. So yeah, I was inspired by both of them, and I've just arrived at the Rebellion today, so it was great to get that inspiration.
Absolutely, a really good start. And there are a lot of people who are starting to think, as I'm thinking of the MP, our Green MP, Caroline Lucas, has been trying to get a petition signed for thinking of, not in terms so much of gross domestic product as a sign of success for the UK, but having a more well-being economy in the future, where people really.
Exactly.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, I'm all for that. I've lived the last 25 years in communities where I haven't received any payment for living there, but I haven't needed any. I've lived in a place where, people's well-being has been kind of at the centre, been able to reach out to people in need, and been able to model, sharing land, sharing food, sharing resources, and that's the way we've got to go in the future.
We've definitely gotten out of the habit of sharing, haven't we? I mean, we share amongst our nuclear families and extended families, but beyond, we're all sort of locked in our cars, going our separate ways. There's not as much community, don't you think?
Exactly. And it's one thing XR again is really good at, building community, bringing people together, and acting the change we need. But for everybody, the planet, everybody's well-being.
Yes, it's inspirational. And I hope the people up in the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy who are listening. I saw a few faces at the windows today, and
there's some great people working there.
I am sure
people
yes.
really want to bring about change, but we need the politicians to release that creative energy to stop the mad, crazy path we're on now, and walk forward into a sustainable future.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
thoughts today.
Pleasure.
Well, he's lost me at the moment.
You are an amazing human being. You have the power to bring about great change. So listen carefully. Mass extinction has begun, and humans are responsible. All over our beautiful planet, 1 million species are at risk of disappearing forever, a process that the pandemic might accelerate. 1 in 4 of all assessed animals, birds, and insects are on the brink of extinction. Our climate is changing faster than it has for at least 65 million years, probably closer to 252 million years. Back then, around 90% of all species vanished forever in an event called the Great Dying. It may be happening again now. And humans are responsible. Why? Because we're ignoring the signs and the science. Governments have refused to take the positive action within their power, allowing relentless consumerism and irresponsible industry to pillage and pollute our only home. The science is hard to hear, horrifying in fact. 3/4 of our land and 2/3 of our oceans have been significantly changed by industry, farming, overfishing, leading to our wildlife disappearing. An average of 60% decline in wildlife populations in just 50 years. The insects that pollinate the plants are dying. No pollination means no food. The birds that protect our crops from pests are dying, increasing the risk of famine and disease. Our oceans are acidifying and heating up, which is killing the coral supporting 1/4 of all ocean species, further destabilizing all life on Earth. This is not science fiction. It's happening right now. Governments and industry are not acting fast enough to safeguard the future. But you are an amazing human being, and together we have the power to bring about great change, but only if we act now. So join us, because the alternative is unthinkable.
Oh, and we're live. Welcome back to the Stop the Harm March. It's not really a march at the moment. We're having crisis talks, so people are sitting down talking about what they want to change in the system at large, in the climate, and what they want to change and what they're worried about, really. And I've just come across another potential rebel who just stumbled across the movement, and stumbled across what's your name?
Amir.
Thanks, Amir. And so you literally were just kind of spontaneously found us today, did you?
Pretty much, yeah. We were just having Leon just down the road, and we saw there was something at Bayes, Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, and we thought we'd just come check it out.
Fantastic. And could you? Okay, I've got various cameras on me now. So could you tell us what you're feeling about Extinction Rebellion? Because you said that you were quite interested to find out more.
Yeah, so obviously everyone's heard of Extinction Rebellion, and some people have like some bad things to say about them, but in my opinion, if we're not doing anything and not offering up any better solutions, then you have to come and get involved and like make your voice heard and at least give your opinion. So I quite like what Extinction Rebellion are doing. I feel we do need radical action, because if not, we're just going to like go straight into a crisis, and then we're going to start picking up the pieces when it's like too late.
Is there anything to do with like what you've seen from this rebellion already, or in previous rebellions, that's kind of inspired you? Any of the particular actions?
I think the main thing that I find really inspiring is just that everyone's like quite willing to talk and discuss things. So even if you disagree with someone, they'll be willing to have like an honest conversation with you, and I think that's pretty important. And it's just, yeah, it's something I really like about the people I've talked to here.
That's great to hear, because that's definitely what we have, like these 10 principles and values that we act by when we act as part of the movement. It's all about like inclusiveness and listening to other people. So I'm really glad that that's come across to people on the outside, and also that's kind of the aim of our rebellion this time, is to bring more people in. So having these crisis talks and trying to reach out to the community. So yeah, welcome. We hope that you'll be a future rebel with us.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Thank you so much for talking to us on XR UK.
No problem. Have a good day.
You too. Okay, we're back. Yeah, brilliant just to see people come across us on the street and want to hear more and want to get involved. I'm so glad to be able to talk to people on the live stream. It's really a privilege to kind of bring this footage to you. I'm wondering whether we now have any more videos that we want to show about, yeah, we've got a clip. Okay, we've got a clip that we're going to show you, which I think is another one to do with impacts of climate change in different parts of the world.
In May 2019, the UK declared a climate emergency. Since then, more and more people around the world have woken up to the climate and ecological crisis, putting ever-growing pressure on the people in power. They've started to act. Not acting as in taking climate action, but acting as in role-playing politics, acting as saviors, playing with words, trying to convince us that everything is taken care of.
Pretending to change while they continue pretty much exactly as before. Pretending to wage war against fossil fuel while opening brand new coal mines, oil fields and pipelines. Pretending to have the most ambitious climate policies, bragging about these so-called ambitious climate targets, which are vastly insufficient, by the way, and then get caught for not even trying to reach these targets.
Pretending to care about science while holding climate summits without inviting a single climate scientist. Pretending to care about nature and biodiversity while the world cuts down a forest area the size of a football field every second. Pretending to build back better even as astronomical sums of money are already locked in to dirty projects.
Billions more is being spent on fossil fuels than on clean energy. Those in power compensate with beautiful words and promises that someone in the future will somehow undo their actions and make them net zero. With more and more extreme weather raging all around us, the gap between actions and words is becoming impossible to ignore.
2021 is forecasted to be the second highest rise in emissions to date. The people of this planet are no longer going to fall for the lies of those in power. The climate crisis is something that is not in the distant future. It is here, now, and every delay will make it worse.
We have tried asking nicely.
We have tried writing to our MPs, signing petitions and everything else. None of it has worked. So together, we must take to the streets. Come and join us on August the 23rd in Trafalgar Square and hold the powerful accountable. Come and join us as we demand they stop the harm and halt all new investment in the fossil fuel industry. We can win this. We must win this.
Right, hi everybody. We're just sitting on the ground here. I'm sitting on the ground with a group of rebels who've just listened to the talks at the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, and they've been asked to do something in particular. I wonder if you could explain. There's a lot of it. If you can see all around us. There's lots of little groups in circles that are deliberating something. Perhaps you could explain to me what you're doing?
Yeah, so we've just sat here with a bunch of friends and new friends discussing how we can go out and break out of our echo chamber and speak to other people about our immediate demand, which is to divest from fossil fuels, stop funding fossil fuels, and we're also just trying to realise how we can engage in those conversations. And we've had loads of different feedback about, listening, a lot of listening, also about going out into the community and building that resilience together. We were talking about food security, ecotourism. What are the things we were talking about? Talking about lots of things. I've been talking about droughts a lot because droughts get £2.1 million a day in subsidies that comes out of our bills, whether you're poor, whether you're struggling to heat, your housing. So trying to, in some ways, raise awareness, but also trying to bring the positive and how that money could be used in other ways as well. So we've had quite a lot of different opinions and great suggestions here.
Yes,
today.
and this is...
Okay, crisis talkers, and all those of you who have remained, thank you so much for participating in that. There's no opportunity for feedback here. There are only too many of us. A couple of other things we have to conclude today. So thank those of you who have
I hope we can hear you over this.
Oh, I'm pretty loud.
To speak to. The important thing here is getting out of our bubble. We need to grow the movement. We need to expand the number of people who are actually taking the same sorts of actions as us through understanding who they are, having the difficult conversations, and using questions, thoughtful questions that help other people understand the commonalities between the crisis that we're all facing, what's facing them as an individual. Part of this is I want to encourage all of you throughout this fortnight. If you see a pink table of people handing out leaflets, go there, approach, help, conduct these crisis talks wherever you can, and all the other exciting actions and all the sound and all the very vibrant stuff that's happening all around the city till the end of the next weekend. Participate in those crisis talks. It's about outreach. We need to grow the number of people who understand the crisis that we're facing through understanding, compassion, sensible questions and inclusion. So reach out. Use the crisis talks.
I can hardly hear myself think because I've got the the speaker right behind my back there.
Thank you so much for those of you who have settled down.
I did want to ask you. XR has some very special processes that a lot of people may not be familiar with who are not part of the movement. Can you explain what it is that makes that special?
In terms of why we're sat in the middle of a road.
Yes, why you're sitting in the middle of the road.
Yeah, we spoke about this, and we understand some people it's not comfortable to come and sit in the middle of the road, but it's not comfortable what's happening, and sometimes you just have to get uncomfortable. We realise not everybody can come and sit in the road with us, but more people can break out of their mold. We also spoke about different ways that you can I would say there's a lot of people that are engaging in retail therapy, just consuming and consuming and consuming, but there's ways that you can go out and do more gardening and that kind of therapy. But in terms of direct action,
we need to talk to people. We need to involve people.
Yeah, we were saying we're building this on like the suffragettes. You know, we're not new in what we're doing. Like people have done this before, and we're like standing on the shoulders of giants. You know, and like there's so many other movements out here and great groups out there that we want to build alliances with. And whether we can use our privilege to like do direct action and step up for those voices as well, like that's what you need to do. Like if you have any privilege, like please come and use it. Like it's really not, you know, it feels really uncomfortable sometimes. It can feel quite scary, but like you can meet such beautiful people, you know, and you can just do your bit, you know. Everyone has their own path to rebellion. Like some people are able to go and be in a lock-on. Some people are able to do, you know, media like you're doing today. Like everyone can do their little bit, and as long as you're doing something, like it's better than nothing. We were kind of talking about that as well, you know. Instead of like not trying to force everybody to think that they have to have the same path to rebellion, and also realizing that. Does that make sense?
Behind us. Yes. One of them is going to read out what they're requiring the government to do for their future.
Trying circumstances for an interview.
To support
I really appreciate
can I invite you please to come as far forward as you can for a die-in to show the government what their future looks like with inaction. So please come up, join us here now, get down into a die-in position while we hear from the children and hear the children's demands. Thank you.
Sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Don't worry. I'm so sorry. Would you like to come up? And stand
I think most of the buildings have been shut down for the rain. A lot of movement involved between its people. Carol, everything okay?
Everything okay? I'm just waiting for the helicopter. Okay. So.
Hello everyone, my name is Peter, I'm 15 years old and I'm going to be talking on behalf of the children of the world. So we have a list of 7 demands to the UK government to immediately stop any fossil fuel investments. I'm going to start reading them out. So, number 1, cancel the £27.4 billion road building plans. To stop HS2. To use all investments for sustainable transport purposes. Creating more secure jobs in the renewable energy market. Decarbonising our housing stock via retrofitting. Protecting and restoring our biodepleted habitats. And finally, and probably most importantly, I can't read this word, to prioritize climate breakdown mitigation and adaptation in community planning. Yeah. This is our future at stake, and it's so obvious what these people need to do. It's just silly not to do, and it's just so aggravating that so many economical interests clash with moral and environmental interests that are needed rather than wanted. Just act now. It's so obvious. Yeah, so I'll do some chance to Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction!
What, mate? So everybody, we're about to finish now, but what I'd honestly like to say is thank you all for supporting this today. Thank you all for making this the best march, to be honest, I've ever organised. Best one? I've never done this before. So thank you for making this the most spectacular day. And most importantly, thank you for being peaceful, thank you for being a community, thank you for having everyone's back. And most importantly, who's straight? Who's straight? Who's democracy? As we heard today, this is not over. As we heard today, COP is going to be bollocks. Let's be frank. They're not going to give us what we need. This is our start of rising. This is not our end of rising. We know that if we do not move together as an integrated community, if we do not support each other, if we allow petty squabbles that the media plays with us around division, we are fucked. We know that the only way we can build this is building our community of communities. We have to be together on this one. So it's fair to say, I think we'll see each other again in November. Thank you all.
Where's the drums? Guys?
Extinction Rebellion. We've got Alice from the London School of Economics, and she wants to share a few words with us. Alice.
Hi. Yeah, I'm just studying civil disobedience and more principal disobedience at the London School of Economics, and it's really interesting observing Extinction Rebellion and some of the responses, especially about this idea of disruption, because firstly, democracy was, in a sense, born in Britain through the power of disruption and through the power of the people at the Putney debates in 1647 and during the English Civil Wars, the English Revolution. And it didn't come from like the benevolence of the ruling elite or from the monarchy or whatever you want to call it. It came from Cromwell's army, his ordinary soldiers saying, no, we want representation, we want parliamentary voice. So disruption is actually democracy in practice, and it came out of Britain, and that's what we should take pride in, not nationalism or anything else.
And would it be right in saying that history's shown that disruption works?
Definitely disruptions work, and it's kind of excluded from political theory or lots of ways of talking about how major change happens in history. We tend to talk about it as these big structures, but it's really to do with like people power coming from below, and it's about the importance of cooperation on a mass scale and staying committed to some principles.
So as someone who's studying politics, you mentioned people power. How is that different to democracy?
People power is different to democracy. Well, the point about democracy is that it has to preserve plurality. That's the point. Okay, demos is, in Greek, means the people. Krasi means power, so technically it's power to the people. But power to the people in ways that it's been practiced in history didn't necessarily give equal democratic voice to people of minority groups, for example. Democracy is also a process of deliberation and participation in horizontal and vertical forms, which makes sure that plurality is protected and that different voices and interests are balanced out. And that's the justice comes from that process. So it can't just be one voice imposing itself over another.
Thank you ever so much for sharing that. Enjoy the rest of your rebellion.
Thank you for joining us at the Stop the Harm March. This was an Extinction Rebellion UK action in conjunction with Rupert Rebellion, HS2 Rebellion, and Paid to Pollute. We've wrapped up here pretty much at BASE, which is the Department for Business and Energy and Industrial Strategy. I always forget that one. We've marched here from Hyde Park corner all the way down almost to Parliament Square. We've had some speeches, really invigorating speeches, real feeling of community here. And our messaging was the immediate demand of this entire rebellion, which is saying that we need to stop all funding of new fossil fuel projects now. That's an absolute no-brainer. No, climate change is a code red for humanity. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has said so in the last 2 weeks. We know that we have to change things now, stop the harm, and we're calling on governments to really get a grip ahead of G7. We just had G7 ahead of COP26 in Glasgow in November. It's been an amazing morning and into the afternoon, but we're done now, and we're going to head over to, we're going to finish the live stream, I think. So thank you very much for joining us. Please share the live stream with anybody you think might be interested, especially in solutions. We presented a lot of ideas for solutions today, and please join us again. Join us again very soon tomorrow. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Maya Hillman. I'm a social scientist and have spent more than 50 years of my life identifying dangerous societal trends and advising policymakers on how to make the world a better place to live in. I am 87 years old, and this is the last and most important advice I will ever give. I have alarming information to share with you. Nothing, but nothing is more urgent. My generation is responsible for the most devastating predicament that our world has ever faced. I'm deeply sorry to tell you that your generation, young people, is going to have to cope with the catastrophic consequences. Climate change is now out of control, and its disastrous outcomes are exponential and irreversible. A growing proportion of the world's population is already experiencing degraded lives. Societal chaos is approaching, and the demise of most wildlife species is well underway. The people in charge, elected government officials, are not prepared to deal with the nightmare scenario that is unfolding. They have no plans to ensure your future and that of the planet. I'm going to explain how climate change happens. For millions of years, the sun has been heating the planet through the atmosphere. The Earth absorbs the solar radiation and reflects some of it back into space. Climate change occurs when the volume of emitted carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases exceeds the safe capacity of the global atmosphere. More of the solar radiation gets trapped instead of naturally dispersing. It's like a blanket and causes our planet to warm. Most of the detrimental gases.
Right, you're back, because actually it's not the end of the live stream. We've just heard that there's an animal rebellion action going on somewhere else in London, so we are going to cut to that and take you straight to the action there.
Not quite ready.
No. Are we going to animal rebellion?
Yeah, we're still trying to get to it.
Okay. Well, you're just watching the end of the Stop the Harm March here. We've been having a great time. Started at 11 o'clock, processed from Hyde Park Corner down to BASE, a government department right near Westminster, and we've had all rebels from the southeast mainly, HS2 Rebellion and Rose Rebellion, and Paid to Pollute, which is a citizens' campaign to prosecute the government, or try to prosecute the government for investment fossil fuels. We're going to go to Animal Rebellion right now.
Hello everyone, Alice here with Extinction Rebellion. I'm outside Buckingham Palace right now, where a fairly spicy action just happened. A protest against corruption on behalf of the royal family has taken place by Animal Rebellion. As you can see behind me, there's blood splatters on the side of the fountain, the famous fountain behind me here, all over this area. Even the fountain itself is covered in blood, or fake blood as it was. It's made out of juice. Rebels have been handing out these flyers today that say we are not amused, and on the back it talks about some of the things the Queen upholds, including the racing industry, the hunting industry, the fur industry, certainly not industries that we should be investing in, when really the climate crisis needs our full attention, and we should really be promoting the complete opposite of that, and coming together as a community to change the outlook on the climate crisis wherever possible. This aspect of the climate crisis is ignored. It's not given as much platform as it definitely should be, because we cannot solve the climate crisis without solving our crisis in animal agriculture and the food industry in general as well. So Rebels have been here today with these signs saying stop what you're doing, we know what you're doing, corruption is rife. In fact, a report from this year found that the Queen's lawyers secretly lobbied Scottish ministers to change a draft law to exempt her private land from a major initiative to cut carbon emissions. It says here as well, the Queen is the only person in the country to be exempt from laws that are designed to protect the planet and to transition towards renewable energy. We do not have to turn a blind eye to these outrageous injustices for animals. Stop making allowances. No one is free until we are all free. Unfortunately, due to internet, we weren't able to cover it live, but I've recorded a few interviews and some of those actions that went ahead during this event. So you're going to hear from some of the rebels now. Please let us know what you think. Let's get the conversation going and spreading this message as far and wide as possible.
So that was Animal Rebellion a little bit earlier in the day, and as my colleague said, because it was very sensitive, we weren't actually able to broadcast that live for you, but really quite shocking footage there from that action. Well, striking, I should say, footage from the action, and I think because of that, we're just going to play it one more time for you as a lead out, and to wrap up the live stream for real this time. So yeah, join us again tomorrow for yet more coverage. Thank you for joining us on our UK live stream.
Hello everyone, Alice here with Extinction Rebellion. I'm outside Buckingham Palace right now, where a fairly spicy action just happened. A protest against corruption on behalf of the royal family has taken place by Animal Rebellion. As you can see behind me, there's blood splatters on the side of the fountain, the famous fountain behind me here, all over this area. Even the fountain itself is covered in blood, or fake blood as it was. It's made out of juice. Rebels have been handing out these flyers today that say we are not amused, and on the back it talks about some of the things the Queen upholds, including the racing industry, the hunting industry, the fur industry, certainly not industries that we should be investing in, when really the climate crisis needs our full attention, and we should really be promoting the complete opposite of that, and coming together as a community to change the outlook on the climate crisis wherever possible. This aspect of the climate crisis is ignored. It's not given as much platform as it definitely should be, because we cannot solve the climate crisis without solving our crisis in animal agriculture and the food industry in general as well. So Rebels have been here today with these signs saying stop what you're doing, we know what you're doing, corruption is rife. In fact, a report from this year found that the Queen's lawyers secretly lobbied Scottish ministers to change a draft law to exempt her private land from a major initiative to cut carbon emissions. It says here as well, the Queen is the only person in the country to be exempt from laws that are designed to protect the planet and to transition towards renewable energy. We do not have to turn a blind eye to these outrageous injustices for animals. Stop making allowances. No one is free until we are all free. Unfortunately, due to internet, we weren't able to cover it live, but I've recorded a few interviews and some of those actions that went ahead during this event. So you're going to hear from some of the rebels now. Please let us know what you think. Let's get the conversation going and spreading this message as far and wide as possible.
it's a sort of organising thing that to do against and understands much more informed than it needs.
What? Another one? A different clip?
I have a feeling that it would have been a bit more...
Yes, we are getting another clip ready for you. Part of the Animal Rebellion.
Different one.
We're just getting it for you.
Okay, so I can't believe this, but actually we're not finished. Again, we've got another clip for you of Animal Rebellion that's just come in. So let's see if we can put that one on now and get another perspective from Animal Rebellion. It was so this was an Animal Rebellion action earlier in the fountains of Buckingham Palace. And from what I could see, the rebels have poured blood into the fountain, and they've gone in and with placards, and they've been standing in the fountain. So, but maybe more is happening in this next clip. Hoping that we can show it in a few minutes. So we've got So meanwhile, things here. We're still on Victoria Street, and police are beginning to move around us. They probably think we've been here a little bit too long now. But so maybe I think people are about to move off, but perhaps this will encourage some people to stay for a little bit longer. So perhaps action here isn't totally over. We've been calling upon the Department for Business, Energy and Industry Strategy to stop the harm. Very simply, that means that they need to first have our immediate demand in mind, which is to stop all new fossil fuel investment. That's a no-brainer. Like, we've just had, 2015 was the Paris Climate Agreement, and we're 6 years later, and they're still funding new fossil fuel developments. And actually, sort of on a global level, like we're talking governments, international investment firms, but then also people like the World Bank. Invest all of those together. Investment in fossil fuels has actually increased since the Paris Agreement was signed. So we're not going in the right direction in that regard, and there's absolutely no excuse. We're asking to stop the harm, and that's it from us. We're going to go and see that clip from Animal Rebellion now.
The helicopter is ready.
Exactly. Okay, so hi Toby, could you introduce yourself please?
Yeah, I'm Toby. I'm an animal rebel. I'm also Extinction Rebellion as well, as we all are. Animal Rebellion is a sister movement to Extinction Rebellion. And what we're having here today is a non-violent direct action. It's disruption. We've had a couple of rebels jumped into the pool here. If you call it a pool, I don't know what you call it.
Fountain, I think.
Fountain, I guess it is. And they've poured non-toxic vegetable juice, red juice, into the top fountain and over the sides, as you can see here. And what we're doing, and the people who actually do this have been arrested, sadly arrested, but this is one of the reasons we do it, to promote the fact that people are willing to risk their future for what they believe in. And basically, what is happening here is we are promoting the fact that the Queen has blood on her hands, the royal family has blood on their hands, and we've created a bloodbath here, which is what the Queen and the royal family are doing. And they're doing this by promoting racing industry, they promote the hunting industry, they promote animal agriculture, they promote the fur industry. This is not only against animal justice, but it's also linked to climate justice. Some people might think, okay, how is racing linked to climate justice? Well, everything is linked, and if the animals are being suffered, if animals suffer, then so does the climate. Imagine the thousands and thousands of hectares and acres used for racing, for oppression, for suffering of animals, and they suffer on a daily basis, these animals. Imagine the land that is used for hunting. Up at Hebden Bridge up in the north, the lands are cleared for grouse hunting, they're burnt, and this causes runoff, and this causes flooding. Every year there's flooding in Hebden. bridge, and this causes impact on people, the economy, and obviously all the animals. Imagine the animals that have been drowned in that flooding all the time. This land could be given back to nature. This land could be given back to the animals that need habitats, that give back to biodiversity.
And really, that's such a small aspect of what is a much bigger picture here. And the flyer that you've got in your hand talks about how the Queen's lawyers has made sure that the royal family are exempt from some climate laws.
Well, they tried. There was a secret letter that was sent to the Scottish government by the Queen's lawyers. And she's basically, or they're basically trying to become exempt with regard to these climate laws. I mean, how can the Queen, the head of a state, the head of the Commonwealth, try and snitch their way, the royal family snitch their way out of laws that will not only help the planet, but help her as well and help her family?
And there's obviously sympathy for it within the royal family. Princess Beatrice, for example, is plant-based.
Yes.
There's also Meghan said that she was trying to eat less meat.
Yeah,
these sorts of messages that we're getting, for some people, especially those within Animal Rebellion, I imagine, wouldn't be enough of a push, perhaps for the future that we need to look at, because a plant-based system really needs to be the mainstream, especially in countries like this one. Could you talk a bit about that and why that's so important in the climate crisis?
So in the climate crisis, basically individual action and individual change is really important. But Animal Rebellion is pushing for a just and sustainable plant-based food system, and the reason we're doing that is because we need the system to change so that people actually realise that they have the choice. They have the choice to actually just go plant-based, so that you will not go into a shop that has meat, that has dairy, and that has eggs. The animal agricultural industry is the largest contributor to the climate emergency that we're in. It's the biggest contributor to the deforestation in the Amazon. The Amazon are our lungs. Without the Amazon, we die. They're cutting down trees at a great and unbelievable rate. We need trees to sequester the carbon and all the chemicals that we're pumping into the air. And this is why we need people like the royal family, the Queen, to actually push for a system change. Individual change is great, and I implore everyone here to do what they can. But everyone who is trying to do what they can cannot do it without a system change. We want apples, it's covered in plastic. We want to eat healthily, we get the wrong information forced down our throats because of capitalism, because of globalisation, because of consumerism. We need that to change too. And the Queen is the head of state. The Queen has influence.
She needs to do better.
She needs to do better, and she needs to use that influence.
For anyone watching this thinking, how on earth can I get involved here? Should I even get involved? What on earth do they do? Do they need to go and get in this bloodbath too?
No, they don't need. I mean, this is the last thing we need to be doing. No one wants to be doing this. No one wants to be doing this at all. So what we're doing is, this is the last choice. Yes, of course.
Thank you very much.
This is the last. This is the last choice for everyone. We don't want to do this. We've tried to write it to our MPs. We've tried lobbying the public outreach. It's just not working. We're here, non-violent direct action. As you can see, the gentleman from the constabulary just asked for my leaflets. Very happy to give them to him. There was no violence in this at all, and the reason we do this is to bring attention to the suffering, to the injustice, climate injustice, social injustice and animal injustice in the world.
Thank you very much, Toby. That's brilliant. Thank you. I'm going to leave you with scenes of this bloodbath now as we head off to the rest of the rebellion in this 2 weeks. Please get involved. If being in a bloodbath doesn't sound appealing to you, there are lots of things you can do. There is the you might not have heard that. Toby had my microphone, but that's okay. If you're looking at the scene of bloodbath and thinking this is incredible or this is awful, but I can't really get involved like that because maybe I'm a bit worried about being arrested. Don't worry about that. Obviously, always having somebody or people in person here in London is so valuable. But even if you're not able to be here in person, it is so important that whatever skills you can bring to the table, you can. Even from home, there's a lot you can do. Have a look online for the online rebels. Just this week, they've been massive disruption for HSBC, not HSBC, sorry, Barclays Bank, as they've been stopping or filling up phone lines and sending over emails to the heads of the company of this massively fossil fuel investing body. And this is hopefully going to slowly pick away at this massive problem. So that's just an example of some of the things that online rebels, remote rebels are doing. There's a lot that could be done. And for right now, I'm going to leave you with this bloodbath and we'll head back into the rebellion. We can do better than this.
My name is Dr. Maya Hillman. I'm a social scientist and have spent more than 50 years of my life identifying dangerous societal trends and advising policymakers on how to make the world a better place to live in. I am 87 years old, and this is the last and most important advice I will ever give. I have alarming information to share with you. Nothing, but nothing is more urgent. My generation is responsible for the most devastating predicament that our world has ever faced. I'm deeply sorry to tell you that your generation, young people, is going to have to cope with the catastrophic consequences. Climate change is now out of control, and its disastrous outcomes are exponential and irreversible. A growing proportion of the world's population is already experiencing degraded lives. Societal chaos is approaching, and the demise of most wildlife species is well underway. The people in charge, elected government officials, are not prepared to deal with the nightmare scenario that is unfolding. They have no plans to ensure your future and that of the planet. I'm going to explain how climate change happens. For millions of years, the sun has been heating the planet through the atmosphere. The Earth absorbs the solar radiation and reflects some of it back into space. Climate change occurs when the volume of emitted carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases exceeds the safe capacity of the global atmosphere. More of the solar radiation gets trapped instead of naturally dispersing. It's like a blanket and causes our planet to warm. Most of the detrimental gases have an impact for well into the future. Their ever-increasing concentration is the result of the continuing burning of fossil fuels and deforestation, making the planet hotter and hotter. More emissions are released each day. It is the concentration of emissions which causes climate change. The problem will not be solved by reducing the emissions, only by stopping using them. There is no other way. There are two major sources of climate change. The first, and by far the largest, is the burning of coal, gas and oil, the world's major sources of energy. Over 70% of emissions that are causing climate change stem from about 100 companies extracting these fossil fuels. The second source of climate change comes from the destruction of forests. When trees are burned, they release the carbon dioxide stored in them. This is mainly caused by companies who clear forests to make way for agriculture and use wood for everyday production. We can already see the consequences of flagrantly ignoring what is happening, and they are getting worse and worse. Climate change is at present causing unprecedented floods, landslides, droughts, hurricanes and wildfires. The world's ice caps are rapidly melting and glaciers are receding. Sea levels are rising and heavily populated areas are going underwater. Biodiversity is dramatically in decline. Disease is spreading and the availability of food and water for the world's population is at increasing risk. These problems will intensify. People will fight and kill each other as they struggle for basic survival. Many thousands of refugees are already trying to escape to countries so far spared the harshest impacts of climate change. The number of refugees will increase dramatically in your lifetimes if action is not taken immediately. Military leaders across the globe have been warning governments for many years that there will be millions of migrating refugees who will pose the greatest security risk ever known to humanity. Few countries are likely to welcome such a scale of movement, and even fewer will be able to pay the astronomical costs entailed. If fossil fuels and the burning of forests are ruining the planet, why don't the guilty companies just stop? We are all dependent on the use of fossil fuels and production systems that result in deforestation. We are all part of the problem because we use the products causing climate change. To stop using them will be extremely difficult and painful. Corporations and the politicians say it will cost too much to make the changes quickly, but they're not telling you that the actual cost to our global society will be substantially greater if we don't make the right changes now. Laws allow corporations to continue with business as usual, and the lawmakers are frequently financially supported by these companies. The corporations and the politicians are blinded by greed and power, and they have no plans to stop. Your generation is going to suffer greatly because elected officials have not and will not protect you. Instead, they are protecting the big companies which are causing the pollution and funding their deliberately misleading campaigns. You can change this. If you're old enough, join the rebellion calling for immediate action. Vote out all politicians who are not committed to stopping the factors causing climate change and not committed to making decisions in the broad, long-term public interest. Vote in politicians who will determinedly stop the use of fossil fuels and commit themselves to suspending the destruction of forests. If you're not old enough, follow Greta's lead, scream for life. Now is the time for a young person's revolution. Let your voices be heard. Continue your demonstrations. Speak to your parents and, where necessary, hold them accountable. Demand that when they vote for your future. It's easy to do and beyond reckless if they don't. Contact your politicians and hold them responsible for our current predicament. The power of change is in your hands.